Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the public hearings of the TRRC. Imam, you have the floor. If you can offer some prayers, please. Thank you.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين إهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين الحمد لله هادنا لهذا وما كنا لنهتدي لولا أن هادينا الله الأول والآخر والزاخر والباطن يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي وجلال وجهك وعظيم سلطانك وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد خاتم النبيين وإمام المرسلين سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين الحمد لله رب العالمين آمين.
Amen. Shukran, Imam Jallo. Bishop, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Lord God Almighty, God of creation, redeems all humankind throughout the whole world. We come this morning hour as we continue to do our TRRC sitting. We ask that you will be with us, be with the whole nation, the Gambia, and be with the witnesses that will come forth. And we ask that you will grant that all of them will testify the truth, nothing but the truth. And that, Lord, that you will continue to reconcile this nation, and that the peace will continue to gain its momentum on a daily basis. This we ask through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Bishop Wadeko. Council, are we ready with this morning's witness? And I believe we're continuing with the same theme, but from a different perspective, if you would want to just enlighten us on that one. The floor is yours, please, Council.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, commissioners, and members of the audience. We have a different witness today. We're calling Dr. Hassan J., who is an expert in HIV treatment, specializing mainly on immunology. And we're calling Dr. J to help us understand what HIV is, how it was dealt with in Gambia until the time that Jammeh, former President Jammeh, made his quote-unquote breakthrough declaration, and the impact that had on HIV treatment in the Gambia, and why we find ourselves where we are today. So Dr. J would be one of several other doctors who we expect will testify before the Commission in the next few days. If that is satisfactory, I would ask that Dr. J be asked to come in.
Yes, indeed, that is satisfactory. So he is appearing as an expert witness.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please proceed.
I, Dr. Hassan J.
I, Dr. Hassan J.
Do
swear that
I'll speak the truth. I'll speak the truth.
I'll speak the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Dr. J, welcome to the TRRC.
To be here.
Thank you very much for your willingness to appear and testify before this commission. Dr. J, I just want to give you a brief resume of what I expect our conversation today to entail. First of all, we would like to briefly talk about your biography, your work experience, places you've worked, your academic qualifications, your work on the area of HIV/AIDS and your publications. And then we would talk about your work on HIV and AIDS in the Gambia, how HIV/AIDS treatment was approached and dealt with by the MRC in collaboration with the Gambia government. We would also want you to talk about briefly the history of and the discovery of HIV/AIDS, how it was treated in Gambia in 1983, the history of drug discovery of HIV/AIDS, how it was hitherto a death sentence, the discovery of medicines such as lamudavine or zidovudine, excuse me, and lamivudine and all these Dean family, pretty much, the monotherapy drugs, and the move to other more effective drugs such as Combivir or the cocktails as some would call it. The result of those types of therapy and how ultimately HIV/AIDS moved from a death sentence to a manageable disease like diabetes and others, especially with the new interventions such as the heart treatment. The expenses involved in accessing treatment and how that was solved in Gambia. The initiation of heart treatment in Gambia and some of the ethical issues or some of the protocols that you had to observe, such as counseling, adherence, social and nutritional support, and all that issues of opportunistic interventions or infections. Baseline surveys you would have had to do, and all these things. And how that has led to the results that were registered on HIV treatment in Gambia, especially looking at the cohort of 1,600 HIV-infected persons you worked with in 2005. And what happened when President Jammeh suddenly appeared with a bag of herbs and made his breakthrough pronouncement, how that has affected HIV treatment in the Gambia. But centrally, the criminality in all that conduct, if you would call it as such. You are the expert. We would want to hear from you on that. The impact of Jammeh's claim on the Global Fund and its use in Gambia. We would also want to understand a few things about HIV treatment. The differences between HIV-1 and HIV-2, and how, which one was prevalent in the Gambia and how these things were being dealt with. Basically, these are the things we would want to discuss. How Jammeh's claim has affected the cohort you had at the MRC, the HIV clinic that you had, and how your activities had to move to Senegal, and your own assessment of the PATP. These are the issues I'd like to discuss with you. Quite a lot, huh?
Yes, that's fine. I'm happy to go through all these aspects.
Thank you very much, Dr. J. So, what are your full names?
My name is Hassan, A-S-S-A-N. J is the surname. Most people confuse it to Gay, but J is nicer than Gay. So it's J-A-Y-E, J.
I would endorse that, but Dr. J, sit comfortably.
Okay.
This may be a marathon session.
All right, that's
so
fine.
relax and
I think I have the endurance.
thank you very much. Yes. Thank you very much. Good. So, Dr. Hassan J, can you briefly tell us about your educational background?
Okay. Initially, I studied as a veterinarian. I did my veterinary education in Nigeria, where I got my Doctor of Veterinary Medicine degree in 1988. And then at that time, I wondered whether I should actually practice, which was my major ambition, to practice veterinary medicine and become a major farmer, or to be a researcher. But I was convinced by my external examiner to be a researcher. So I luckily got a scholarship immediately to go and do a PhD to specialize in immunology and molecular biology. At that time, it was genetics. And I did my PhD, registered at Brunel University, but I did much of my research work in Kenya. So commuting between Kenya and Kenya and UK. There was an international research center there. So I worked on immunology of trypanosomes, which is a major infection in cattle, and molecular biology, genetics, and made some discovery there for the PhD anyway. But after the PhD, I then got recruited, got a fellowship, postdoctoral fellowship with the MRC then in 1993 when I joined the MRC as a postdoc fellow, and started working on immunology because they wanted to explore my expertise in immunology to study viral infections. At that time, there was a measles outbreak, and we did quite a good number of studies there about measles outbreak in the Gambia and how the body responds to it. And I then proceeded, after 5 years, we got good publications out of that, and then moved on to study HIV infection.
Dr. J, perhaps maybe we should take it a little more slowly,
okay,
so that the commissioners and the audience would digest the information.
Okay.
Because this is information overload. and may I also apologize, Mr. Chair, for the lack of interpretation at this stage, because it would be mighty difficult to interpret this in any of the local languages. So perhaps maybe when we go to the gist of the issues, we would have an interpretation in Wolof. Not, of course, for Dr. J, but for the audience that is listening at home.
Okay.
Proceed, please.
Yeah, so I did a lot of work. I mean, I moved from my research from measles to HIV infection, and then set up the measles immunology group, and we became eventually one of the strongest HIV immunology group in the whole world. The reason was because in the Gambia, we had the opportunity to have two kinds of infection, both HIV-1 and HIV-2 infection. And the HIV-2 infection was a bit rare in other countries, except in the Portuguese colonies, such as Guinea-Bissau and others. And so we developed a cohort, a very sizable good cohort of HIV-2 and HIV-1 infection in the Gambia and in Guinea-Bissau. The reason was that the HIV-2 infected individuals at their term long-term non-progressors, and we wanted to understand why these people are not as affected as HIV-1. Okay.
But this major breakthrough discovery was done in Gambia.
These studies were done in the Gambia, and the discoveries where we had actually identified that there were certain components of the immune system that are responsible to fight initially against HIV were discovered in the Gambia. And our group, because we had that advantage to compare
an infection that do not progress well with an infection that progresses. We had that opportunity. We were able to inform those who work in HIV-1 in other parts of the world about what is really happening in terms of the immune reactions. And by the way, about the qualification, I think one of the reasons why I was elected as the first government to be elected in the African Academy of Sciences was because of such a work we were doing. So I became a fellow of the African Academy of Sciences.
Congratulations, the first Gambian to be elected in that body. It's quite a lofty achievement. But you did not only register that kind of success in research, even your undergraduate studies, you did receive a number of awards, didn't you?
Yes, that was the reason why I was immediately offered this prestigious scholarship to do PhD, because my external examiner felt this was exceptional. And yes, during my doctoral veterinary medicine degree, I continued to receive, during my period of that course, I continued to receive awards and prizes, academic prizes.
But apart from all that, you occupied important positions at your place of work at the MRC.
Yes, I started as a postdoctoral fellow. Out of the good work that we did in measles, I was promoted to become a senior postdoctoral fellow. And then for another 3 years. And then after that...
And that position was funded by?
That position was funded by Rockefeller.
The Rockefeller
Foundation.
That's right.
And then after that period, when we successfully worked on measles and produced some good results, and one of the important outcome of that work in measles was actually to show WHO was actually recommending 9 months, and you cannot vaccinate again, or you cannot vaccinate before 9 months of measles. And we wanted to prove that it's possible. And I had to do some, I don't want to go into the scientific details, but we had to go through certain real rigorous laboratory work to prove that, the passive immunity does not, is important, but does not prevent a revaccination. So we published this, and now that became also an information for the WHO to say, to build herd immunity, you can actually do a 2-dose vaccination in Africa. And that's why where there are outbreaks like currently in DRC, I think in Congo, they are now trying to do double-dose vaccination despite the 9 months schedule.
And that was as a result of the success
that
of your research?
was as a result of our work, and the publication is actually indicated in the CV.
That's right.
Yeah.
So as a result of that, you got promoted?
I then became an international scientist, appointed directly by the MRC office in UK as an international scientist.
The MRC office in UK is part of the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine.
That became recent. During this period I was working, it was independent. It was basically run and funded by, it was funded but also oversight administered by the Medical Research Council in UK.
In the UK.
It's just about 2 years ago that MRC UK decided to merge us with the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, and now we are part and parcel of London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine.
And that is, well, it just speaks volumes about the credibility of MRC.
Exactly.
Thank you very much. So in 1998, you became a scientist specializing in immunology.
Yeah.
And you became in charge of HIV and measles immunology.
Yes.
And after that, what did you do? Let's talk about your career progressions, and then we would come to other aspects of your work.
During that period, actually, my major interest was really to understand why people in HIV-2 those who are infected with HIV-2, why they don't progress as fast as HIV-1. And I don't know whether you want me to the differences between this infection.
We would come to that at a later stage,
yes.
Because we would want to examine how you progressed in HIV treatment in the Gambia and what was the ultimate objective to phase it out completely from
Yeah,
this
well,
country.
to understand the treatment issue, we need to I just need to introduce really some aspects of the HIV
Please go
itself.
ahead. Please go ahead.
HIV virus, as you know, as you're asking about my progression there in research, the HIV virus, people have to understand that it was discovered in 1980 or 81, around there at that time. And it's a virus that is special. It's in the family of retroviruses, but it's a special retroviruses in the lentiviruses because it has a two positive strand RNA in its genome. And it jumped from chimpanzee. For the HIV1, it jumped from chimpanzee to humans, whereas the HIV2 jumped from Sutimanga-bee monkeys to humans. Now, it was believed that this chimpanzee one originated from Central Africa, and the Sutimanga-bee SIV, simian immunodeficiency virus, which is its origin, jumped from monkeys to humans in Guinea-Bissau. And that's why when during the Portuguese War and the exchange of soldiers, that's why the HIV-2 became very spread in the Portuguese colonies through that. Now, this work on molecular clock actually confirmed that this jumping started in 1931 for HIV-1, jumping from chimpanzee to humans, whereas HIV-2 was about 1940. But that's the history of it. And the thing about the HIV-2, why it is special, is because the two RNAs have the capacity to integrate itself into the human's DNA itself.
This is very interesting because this is at the heart of the issue whether can be a cure for HIV,
exactly,
or what you can only have is treatment.
Exactly.
But let's go back to your qualifications.
Yes.
I just want to show how much of an expert you are in this area. Yes. I know you're much more excited talking about the technical issues than really showing your qualifications, but we have to go through this.
Okay, no problem.
All right.
Yes.
So in August 2008 to January 2011, you became the interim head for the viral diseases program at MRC, correct?
Yes, yes.
And in January 2011 to March 2016, you were senior scientist and head of HIV research, the West Africa collaboration, and you were seconded to Laboratory of Bacteriology and Virology
yes,
at Cheikh Anta Diop University in Dakar, Senegal.
Yes.
So pretty much for most of your career, you are a researcher on immunology.
That's right.
And you've made quite a number of publications in this particular area, haven't you?
Yes.
You have a copy of your CV, do you? Could you take a look at it? And give us a brief rundown of the publications that you have made. I know that looking at the CV, by the way, Mr. Chair, it's about a 13-page CV, 12 pages. You've made about 85 publications in international journals.
That's right.
Could you just run us through just a selection of the publications? We would exhibit your CV. Just give us a brief run-through of some of them.
Of some of them, okay. Initially, on the measles vaccine, on the measles work, you could see that publication 5 and publication 6, where I was the first author, they were really showing good work on how the responses are when you get infected measles. But publication 6 for that was a very difficult journal to get published in. Only very, very high quality science goes into this journal. So for
What's
HIV,
the name of the journal?
Clinical Journal, Journal of Clinical Investigation. If you'll be a very lucky scientist to get a publication in this journal. So, but for the HIV itself, actually it flows from publication 9 to, onwards, But if I give specific examples of where we really made good inroads and provided information internationally, would be publication 17, where, first of all, we discovered that the quantity of responses between the two infections are the same. But the ones that later confirmed, that also informed the international community was where we looked at quality of responses, and publication 23, where the first author was my PhD student, published another arm of the immune response to HIV-1 that shows a quality of immune response in HIV-2 different from HIV-1. And it also follows in 25 the same kind of similar kind of work that really showed that there is some quality of responses in HIV-2 that can inform HIV-1 vaccine development. That's also my PhD student. And it follows similarly into 26, 20, 30, publication 30, and also 32. All these ones were work that we vigorously did here to really show, to inform the world about the nature of the immune responses to HIV infection.
And that was published in the European Journal of Immunology.
Yes, exactly.
Proceed, please.
Yeah, so it goes on like that, actually. I don't know whether I should really give, but, there's quite a number of the publications that are, and in terms of treatment and resistance, multi-drug resistance issues in HIV, publication 37 was done by one of my students also there in page 37, and also 36, where it shows the responses of the heart in the HIV-1, HIV-2 dually infected patients in the Gambia, and the emergence of drug resistance. We published that in Journal of Clinical Microbiology, and a student who is a Gambian PhD student there did that work under my supervision. And equally, we've published the nature of the virus in HIV-2 itself structurally, and that's publication 39. We also wanted to understand what is the quality of the function of the response when you are co-infected with TB, and that publication is reflected in page 44. Yeah. So there are some epidemiological studies we did to really understand the natural cause of the infections in both Guinea-Bissau and the Gambia, and that's reflected in publication 47. And I was particularly also interested because I set up the genetics lab, called the HLA lab, Human Leukocyte Antigen typing lab. We wanted to understand the influence of the genetics to the response of HIV, and a student of mine did some work there to show the influence of HLA class 1 and genotypes for HIV, on HIV-1, 2 infections, to see whether that influences the progression. And that you could see in publication 48 by the, so I don't know whether I should continue because the list is so long, and I thought I wanted some examples of it.
We want to appreciate the extent of your involvement in research in this area.
Yeah.
We want to know the extent of your expertise in this area.
Yes.
We want to know, we want to have a good foundation upon which we would evaluate the opinions that you are going to offer to this commission.
Yeah. So certainly it's all given by the quality and the variability of the kind of scientific work we've done, including the immunology, including the genetics, including epidemiology, and also including clinical treatment and of both HIV and co-infections. And it's all reflected in the various publications listed here.
And Dr. J, these publications are in the most valued medical journals in the world.
Yes, these are all internationally recognized medical journals where it's peer reviewed. It's that's one of the difficulties in research career is getting your work accepted in a publication. It's a challenge. You don't just submit and get it accepted. It's peer reviewed, and the criticism sometimes you go through lots of problems before these papers are accepted. And the published journals are ranked into qualities, they call them impact factors. And all these journals, most of all, 3/4 of these journals are actually at a very high impact factor.
Yes. And you have published about 85 titles.
Exactly.
But besides, apart from publications, you have supervised researchers at the highest levels.
Yes.
Could you give us a few examples?
The number of students I've supervised?
Yes.
I think I've listed them in my publications. It is so many. I have supervised a Gambian for master's program at Ulcers called Jibrilba. I've supervised Louis Marie for a master's program. I've supervised Victor Nuvo, a Ghanaian, for PhD, which he submitted in 2009. I supervised Abdurrahman Haman from Ghana on an MPhil program and worked on mycobacterial antigens, and in 2008 I supervised Irfan Zaidi, who was from Pakistan, and he worked on HIV-2 Treg infections, and he submitted his PhD in 2013. I supervised Alberta Davis, a PhD student with the Gambia, and do a PhD, currently actually still doing her PhD. I've also mentored and supervised Dr. Sabal Jallo, who is now a postdoc working in South Africa. I'm still her mentor. I was an advisor in the PhD. I supervised a master's. I mentored Dr. John McNamee from UK. I also mentored Dr. Odwok when she was in the clinic working on a treatment of HIV, and Dr. Togun, who is currently a postdoc in London, at the London School in London. I mentored him when he was a physician responsible for treating the HIV patients. And Dr. Mustafa Mbow from Senegal, I'm still his mentor, and we recently, just 3 weeks ago, published one paper in Science. He's a Senegalese, and he's a postdoc working at Anta Diop University. Dr. Musa Cham also is a postdoc who is my mentee, and still, in Senegal, working on HIV infections. So these are some of the, I wouldn't listed the others that I'm a co-supervisor, but these are the ones I directly supervised.
But you're also a member of several high-profile committees, such as the Association of University Teachers in the UK.
Yes.
You are also a member of the Royal Society of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene. You're also a member of the Gambia Vets Association.
Yes.
The Gambia Immunology Society.
Yes.
You are a board member
I'm
of the board
actually I'm the president of the Gambia Immunology Society.
Fantastic. West Africa Livestock Innovation Center, you're also a member.
I'm a member of the council.
Yes. And a board member of schools and so forth.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a very fat CV, Mr. Chair. I just ask that we put it in, we exhibit it, and the commissioners will take a look at it later if they are interested. But clearly, it shows the depth of knowledge, extent of experience that Dr. J has in this area. Mr. Chair, I had asked that the copy be circulated to all commissioners so that they can follow as we progress. I wonder whether you have it before you. Okay, I ask that it be given exhibit number 157 if it is accepted, Mr. Chair.
Request granted, Council.
Thank you very much. Dr. J, wealth of experience in immunology. Now kindly give us a brief history of the discovery of HIV. I know you've told us how HIV-1 has mutated from chimpanzees around the Congo and HIV-2 from monkeys in Guinea-Bissau in 1931 or thereabout, and ultimately their discovery in 1981. Could you please take it from there, please?
Shortly after the discovery of HIV in 81 in the whole world, which became really a global epidemic, Gambia discovered some individuals with HIV through epidemiological surveys that they've done. I hadn't then started work on that because I was around 83. So it was clearly very early done by one of my mentors, Professor Hilton Whittle, who's now retired, who really started it. They built up a cohort in Guinea-Bissau, small cohort. They realized the HIV-2 was really there, but then was also in the Gambia. And I joined in 1993 when that cohort was beginning to develop. We then developed a cohort after I joined the HIV group in 1998, after following my measles work. We developed the cohort, which grew up to about 1,600, comprising of about 800 HIV-1 and 450 HIV-2, and the rest were dual infected people. Dual infected people means being infected by both HIV-1 and HIV-2.
During this period, could you just give us a brief rundown of the discovery of medicines for HIV treatment?
Yes, so initially, as I said in 83, we confined our work to understand the prevalence of these infections in the Gambia and how problematic it would be. Then following the setup of the immunology group, treatment just started when the first drug was discovered, I think around 1987. And the first drug that was discovered was called AZT Insert. This is Zidovudine. And this was the first drug. And when it started, we immediately started using the drug for HIV-infected individuals. Yeah? But at that time, it was just a clinical use. It was found not to be quite effective, the single drug, because what happened is that there was quite a good mutation. And let me just go back and say the two major problems of HIV is because I mentioned about the ability to integrate into the DNA. But if it integrates into the DNA, it has that ability to hide itself, for a long period. And that's the reason why it's always one step ahead of the immune response of the body itself, the soldiers. The soldiers responsible for doing the surveillance and attacking. And the second thing is that when it comes out in bits, it has the ability to mutate. Mutate means it changes some of its sequences. So when you give a drug and recognize a drug, it tells other parts of him to say, go back and hide. And then when it comes back, it will have changed some of its sequences that the drug will not be able to attack. And so that single drug was ineffective because of that.
But before this single drug, HIV was basically a death sentence.
It was a death sentence. It was a death sentence, and when even that drug came, it was still a death sentence because of these problems that I'm now alluding to. And that's why I want you to understand that the major problems of HIV, which to some extent is still existing. Now, beside that changing itself, it has the capacity to multiply at a very high rate, but with that multiplication, it always changes its sequence, because what really dictates its multiplication is called a transcriptase enzyme, which actually makes it to multiply. But then the way it's doing that is error-prone, and that's why it's easily able to mutate and change. And so that high diversity becomes an issue in HIV. So I just want to mention why the treatment is a problem, because of those factors and that capability that HIV has. Now, yes.
And because it was so difficult to treat, it was a death sentence.
It was a death sentence.
Everybody was scared of it.
Everybody was scared of HIV. And once you get it, you just think that, the chances for you to die is very high. And even with the zidovudine discovery.
But because it was a sexually transmitted disease, the stigma attached to it was also very high.
Very high.
And this resulted in this dual problem of contracting a sexually transmitted disease that was definitely going to kill the person.
Yes. Yes.
That created a problem.
That created a problem. So, few years later, and this zidovudine is under the class of what they call nucleoside reverse transcriptase inhibitors, because these drugs, what they do is that the virus depends on some enzymes to integrate and also to multiply. And these enzymes are called reverse transcriptase. Then there's the protease, which enables it to, to also get that machinery of the host cells to multiply. There's the integrase enzyme as well. So these drugs are designed to inhibit these enzymes. Now, zidovudine, inhibiting the transcriptase enzyme so that it will multiply, was not quite efficient enough, because the virus can have an escape route to multiply. Then all the drugs came later to be discovered in the same class of nucleoside reverse transcriptase. And one of them is called tritacine or lamivudine. Now then and that was where our first trial came, our first treatment trial came, when the second drug was discovered, lamivudine. So we thought, and that was what was recommended then, that if perhaps we combine the two drugs, it will help, it will help the patients to a level that there will be mutations and, drug resistance. We then did what is known as the viral turnover studies. I think it was around 1998, if I remember, when we started that, to do this two combination of drugs. But they are the same class in the nucleoside reverse transcriptase class, and they call it Combivir. We did a trial that was approved by the Gambia Ethics, Joint Gambia MRC Ethics Committee, because any research you do in this country, including clinical trial, has to be first approved by the ethics committee in this country.
Why is that the case?
Because there is no research, medical research internationally, that's supposed to be done anywhere in the world without approval from an ethics committee. And the ethics committee's role is to protect the patient, not the researcher. So they have to look at the ethical issues. are these how you give the drugs, how you follow these patients, and what are the actual methodologies you use, and how are you disadvantaging the patients you've recruited, and what is the recruitment procedures, and whether these patients have given informed consent. These are the ethics issues that any ethics committee must scrutinize and look at properly before they give approval.
It looks to me that the entire practice of medicine is anchored on some significant ethical considerations.
No, yes, but not the treatment, not medical practice and treatment. No, you don't have to have ethical approval for that. Routine medical data and clinical routine treatment, you don't. But research, research and clinical trial, you must get an ethical approval.
That is understood. But my question is even broader, that my proposition is that the entire practice of medicine is anchored on some strong ethical foundation, which should always be observed by the practitioner, be it research or actual practice.
That is true. That is true.
At this stage, could we have interpretation in Wolof for what can be interpreted? And, or we just proceed in English? Because I'm wondering how much of this could be interpreted in Wolof.
That's the problem.
So we proceed in English. Mr. Chair,
there are some
advice?
things that may be technically difficult to interpret, but I mean, it's up to you.
Mr. Chair, what is your advice?
Councillor, I think the point that you raised at the beginning, that at some point a summary or some idea be given as to what Dr. J is indicated would be the best way to go about it. Simultaneous interpretation may be a bit complicated. We have excellent interpreters, and they've been very, very helpful in interpreting some complicated principles, but I think for the moment we should continue the exchange between the two of you in English.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I was really flabbergasted when I had Nyankong Korong interpreted. That was my first exposure to that word. So I could imagine interpreting bacteriology and all that in English. It would be crazy. So we proceed in English, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. So Dr. J.
I was at the level of the viral turnover study we did because of the two drugs that finally came. The second drug of the first class that came, and we combined the two. Now, we did that study recruiting about 14 people in our cohort to try and see what we wanted to see is how effective is this, and what are the clinical changes that would happen when you give this, how often would they get this resistance. By and large, it was a good treatment that went in, but it was suboptimal. But luckily...
What do you mean by it was suboptimal?
It was suboptimal in the sense that eventually some of the patients we recruited, had, drug resistance. They were become resistant to the drug, and there was mutation. So, but luckily, following that, and that was the time, I must emphasize that during that time, when there was this only class of drug, there was a time when clinicians had a very difficult moment or difficult moments to really manage HIV, because it has to be accompanied with good counseling, with advice on adherence, and with follow-ups. And what MRC did for its cohorts was to recruit many field workers and train them how to interact with these people and how to do the follow-up for them to give support, both in terms of nutritional support, in terms of counseling, etc. So because it was the most difficult moment, you want to try and help them to combat infection, especially those who were progressing to stage 3 or stage 4. There wasn't a problem for the asymptomatic ones. But for those progressing to stage 3 to stage 4, we needed to really have a good surveillance on them. And we at our own expense, were following this cohort regularly and doing the monitoring. So every 3 months we have to collect samples to monitor their CD4 count and also their viral load, which at that time was very expensive to do. But we had to do it because we were obliged to really do, because we've already ethically been approved to work on, to do research on these people. So we are mandated also to take care of them.
Did you have the facilities to do those tests on viral loads?
We had the
and on
facilities,
CD4?
Actually at that time, the only place in the country that could do the viral load, because we developed our own in-house viral load assessment through RT, what is called reverse transcriptase PCR mechanism based on certain primers that are selected, and we could detect, through this methodology, molecular methodology, the viral load for both HIV plasma viral load for both HIV-1 and HIV-2. And when you treat and you don't get detectable viral loads, like in HIV-2, we did not even need treatment at that time. You could have, you may have low or undetectable viral load, but we have a capacity to also detect what is known as proviral load. And proviral load is the DNA itself in the cells, which if you take out, and you will still see. And this is important. It's important in the sense that I think when you come to that in the PAP presidential treatment, whether that proviral load was done to ensure that the actual viral was still there or not. I don't think it was, but I'm just mentioning because this is important. They always say viral load, but viral load are 2 forms. The plasma viral load, which is the particles that are released in the bloodstream, and that you can measure, or any lab can, or some of the labs can measure internationally, and including ours, but there is also the aspect to really know, and this is where we know that it's very difficult to eliminate and treat HIV, kill HIV. But when you really do the proviral load DNA test, you will still see positivity there, suggesting the virus is still there. Now we had the capacity to do all those, and then do the CD4 counts as well, and do that monitoring follow-up. So we continue with that cohort for the monitoring, for that treatment. Now, coming back to the treatment issues, I think it was about 2000 when a second class of drug came, and this is called the non-nucleoside reverse transcriptase class, including nevirapine, and Caletra, which is ritonavir and lopinavir. And these were classes that were, and also included the protease inhibitors, that's the ritonavir, and the D40, which is tavudine. And these were drugs that came under 2 different classes. And then WHO came with a guideline that we should try to prevent these frequent mutations and potential drug resistance that could come. If we combine drugs from these 2 classes, we will achieve a delayed replication. And once we achieve delayed replication, the mutation would not happen. And then clinicians started trying that, and we tried it too. We started using 2 classes, 2 drugs from at least 2 to 3 drugs from at least 2 classes. And then when we did that combination, that became the game changer, not only for our unit, but for everywhere in the world, actually. And this is what we call HEART.
What do you mean by it became a game changer?
It became a game changer because the moment these 2 drug combinations were given, these combinations of drugs from 2 classes were given, it was able to quickly suppress the viral replication. But not only that, if you maintain the therapy with a good adherence, the viral replication becomes so low that transmission doesn't happen again. There won't be enough in the plasma for the plasma viral load to effect transmission. And this was when now HIV declared that it's a manageable infection. And it then turned out to become a disease that can be managed like any chronic infection. Like diabetes, you stay with the drugs for the rest of your life and have a productive life. And that is what we came to discover with these new classes of drugs.
Essentially, what was very likely a death sentence have now been reduced by reason of medicine to a disease that you can live with for a very, very long time.
With a very good productive life and a good quality of life.
For as long as you take your medicine.
For as long as you are adherent to your medicine.
So it just became just like diabetes.
Exactly.
Like any other.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And consequently, after trying these drugs for about a decade now, and that's why people wonder why is HIV not talked about anymore, even though we don't have a vaccine. And maybe I could come to why it's difficult to really produce a vaccine, but I'm not sure it's necessary now. But people will now say, why don't we talk about HIV? But this is the major reason. The major reason that it became an infection, surprisingly because HIV is the first known successful virus. When a virus is regarded successful, it's because it's able to maintain itself in its host. Unlike Ebola, Ebola kills you and kills itself and then disappears. So it's not a successful virus, but it's very deadly. But HIV becomes chronic and maintains itself, and that's why it's a successful virus. And once you get that kind of virus, you have a problem. And that's why HIV became a problem. But now with this thorough research and phenomenally, exceptionally high quality and high quantity of research worldwide, these measures, intervention measures came into being. And now HIV becomes controlled, manageable, that people are now living a productive life for very long periods in their lives.
And you were telling us that that type of treatment, this combination of drugs that are used, is the highly active antiretroviral therapy.
In short,
which is what you call HAART.
That's right.
And this represented a game changer in HIV treatment.
Absolutely.
So from then onwards, HIV was no longer that big, gigantic problem which everybody was scared of because it was a death sentence.
Exactly, and that's the reason why some people, that was why Kofi Annan was able to really convince some big funders to really provide money and that's how the Global Fund came into being, to really supply drugs so that they could actually manage this disease in poor countries like Africa.
Tell us, what was the long-term expected impact of using HAART? Because from what I understand, it manages to significantly reduce viral loads on the person to the extent that it cannot be, the disease can no longer be transmitted to another person. Yeah, yeah. So eventually, it would eliminate HIV almost to a very, very small scale.
Yes, I will say it will eliminate, because elimination can mean, scientifically can mean something different. But I would say its use has controlled HIV. I would say it's controlled it to a very considerable degree. Many epidemiological research studies after these multiple drug interventions have been carried out in various groups to really show to what extent there's an impact on this intervention. Whether you would really have a resurgence, how quickly do you have a resurgence, how quickly can you have mutations against this, and what are they? Then there were some results where you could have resurgence, you could have mutations coming against them for certain types of, HIV has various types because of the mutations I was saying. And then there came what is known as second-line therapy. So clinicians can bring in a second-line therapy where you can actually circumvent the long-term effects of viruses that encode in wall of Dendigarbopa. This is the type that are say, look, I'm just going to make sure, I survive this in this person, and then they will come up. And then consequently more drugs came, and there were more combinations and second line changing, and it becomes, as you said, becomes like diabetes. And not only that, the viral loads get so low that there won't be transmission in the community. And that is really what the game changer means.
Exactly.
And so the epidemic becomes an issue. I mean, if I can maybe say, now the recent thing is actually, because of the discovery of these drugs, the recent thing is now trying to implement even what is known as PrEP for very highly vulnerable people, such as those sex workers and men who have sex with men, to give what is known as PrEP. PrEP is pre-exposure prophylaxis. And because why that? Because the new drug is just recently discovered called cabotegravir, which is, when you give, it has a long-term effect. When you inject it, it has a long-term effect. So when you give it for every 3 months or 4 months, even if you are exposed by somebody who is a viral spreader, you don't get infected. So this is how the treatment has evolved now to really manage HIV.
In a sense, the available treatment for HIV had so significantly advanced that the world of the biggest problems for the world of medicine is no longer HIV.
Absolutely.
So it's other things.
Absolutely.
But this heart treatment, it became available in Gambia, wasn't it?
Yes, it became available shortly after it was proven, I think 2004, around there, where it started available. And as I said, when the Global Fund got established, this facilitated the funding, to African governments so that there will be free access of these drugs.
So pretty much the medication became available for free for people in Gambia who are infected by HIV and AIDS.
Yes.
How were these people? What were the steps taken by MRC to admit these people, to give them access to the heart treatment program?
Yes, well, that's an important question, because we had developed the protocol even long before the heart came in. As I said, alluded to when we started the first treatment trial, starting with the initial drugs. Because they are in the cohort, they've consented to be followed up and to be looked after. We will counsel them on the treatment, but basically, one of the most essential part of this procedure is adherence counseling, because the moment you don't adhere to the drug regimens, you're likely to fail. You as a clinician who is managing, but the patient also will be in jeopardy. So the counseling is there, but then we will also make them accept monitoring. Because no matter how we have confidence that these drugs work, we need to monitor them. And so we develop a clinical database where we will monitor each of the patients that will come into drug. But during that time, there was only some special category that will be enrolled for treatment. The asymptomatic in the cohorts, and asymptomatics are the one in stage 1, and asymptomatic is only maybe those who have antibody positive, maybe occasional lymphadenopathy, but are not having good CD4 count, because we monitor all the members of the cohort anyway for CD4 count. If you have high CD4 count, we won't treat you. The reason why you are not treated is because at that time, it was scientifically proven that those who are asymptomatic have still a strong immune response and could inherently be fighting well with the virus. And if the drugs can actually make them a little bit weak to hamper that ability to fight the drug. So we don't treat them, we continue to monitor them. Whereas those who come into stage 3, where they have an unexplained loss, weight loss of more than 10% of your presumed or measured body weight with recurrent viral infections and potential recurrent diarrhea and co-infections. These stage 3, stage 4 most likely will have a CD4 count of at 200 per microliter. And then these people will be starting treatment, but we don't start them immediately. There was a committee that was set up in collaboration with Gambia, with the Gambia government. I think it was the 8th Secretariat and the CCM, the country coordinating mechanisms through which the Global Fund is administered, I think, at that time. I don't know what is the procedures now, but there was what is known Treatment Eligibility Committee that was created in collaboration with MRC. And these patients who will be selected for treatment because of these parameters, clinical parameters we've observed, will be vetted by the committee before they start the treatment. And then we will start the treatment based on that, but proper counseling, proper adherence advice, and then explanation of the procedures for monitoring CD4 count and viral load.
In a sense, you had to go through all the elements of your established protocol.
Exactly.
Counseling, adherence, screening, advice on opportunistic infections,
yes,
social and nutritional
support.
Before you actually
Before we start. So we will gather all the clinical parameters that are essential that will help in the management and in the monitoring of that treatment you're doing for each individual patient.
In a sense, you would have to gather all the baseline data that is needed before a person is admitted into the program.
Exactly.
All right. At this stage, you've talked about the various stages of HIV. It would be important also for the Commission to have an understanding of the differences between HIV and AIDS. Could you give us that explanation?
Oh yeah, that's right. HIV, if you say you are HIV infected, doesn't necessarily mean you are having AIDS. You can be HIV infected and you don't have AIDS. The difference is that HIV infection comes in 4 stages clinically, and this is, you Google WHO clinical guidelines, you will see them. The first stage is called stage 1, where it is where the person is asymptomatic, doesn't have symptoms, but there can be what is known as lymphadenopathy. That's most likely what you would observe. Lymphadenopathy is enlargement of some of the lymph nodes. That's most likely what you may observe. Some you don't even, and they will just be asymptomatic. How do you know they are asymptomatic? They perhaps had an occasional infection here and there, or visit a clinic here and there to complain something, and you happen to test HIV, and then they were positive by antibody. And these people can remain asymptomatic for a period of 3 to 10 years if it is HIV-1, before their CD4 count starts getting affected. In the case of HIV-2, they can remain in that period of asymptomatic for up to 20 years.
Is that the reason why it is said that you can see a seemingly healthy person who is HIV positive?
Absolutely. Absolutely, that's the reason. Because once you get HIV, then in fact you may not just immediately calm down. The body also is constituted in a way that can really fight infections. Despite that, HIV attacks one of the frontline soldiers. And the way the body fights is because it's exactly, I don't know who designed an army, the way army works, but he may perhaps be an immunologist who did that, but it's exactly that's the way immunology works. You have surveillance system, you have a navy, here you have something in the blood that really looks out for something strange, and you have different divisions of different soldiers within the body who has specific roles to play. And this is exactly what the body does when infection comes in. but it's now up to the virus to say how best I'll be tricky enough to overwhelm these people, these different soldiers, or I will, allow them to fight me. So this is how it works. So stage 1 is like that with an asymptomatic period. Then the stage 2 is where now the infection starts coming in. It's still not AIDS, but you start having more recurrent respiratory infections because the respiration, and perhaps maybe even digestive infections, so that and that will result to diarrhea. The reason is there are lots of microbes in the around areas and also in the digestive tract. And once immunity starts falling down, this bacteria also turns against you. And that's the reason why you now start getting those kind of infections. But you may not be having AIDS because your CD4 counts are still strong enough. They're still not below 350. It is stage 3 where the CD4 counts have really gone down, and there is an explainable weight loss of more than 10% of your presumed or measured body weight, where you're losing considerable weight and accompanied by severe diarrhea and co-infections happening, etc. And the stage 4 is what is known as HIV wasting. That's when you see a person and know that this person is really, really sick because it's completely emaciated. And potentially, if you do other infections, it may have concurrent TB or hepatitis B or other co-infections. That's the stage 4, and that's AIDS. 3 and 4 are potentially the AIDS defining, clinical stages. So this is the difference.
But in Gambia, with the protocol that was established, especially the relationship that existed between the members of the cohort and those who are responsible for treating it, you were able to really deal with the situation successfully. Was that the case?
That's the case. Majority of them were treatment success. We had successful treatment. Who you would call treatment success. Treatment failures can happen once in a while in some patients due to one reason or another. Clinically, that can be clinically of a reason. But majority of them were successfully treated and virus suppressed. And those who were towards the stage of 3 and 4 will revert back to behave like stage 1 and 2.
And with all this, you help assist to establish support groups amongst members of the community who were infected. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, apparently it was important to give confidence and more trust, engender trust between doctors and who are managing these infections and patients, but also to create some kind of a peer-to-peer support. And one of the phenomenal good things that really happened eventually was the creation of the Santa Yala group. That came into being, and one of our doctors was highly engaged in that, or one or two actually of our medical clinical doctors was, as I said, I became just the head of the viral disease program and having an oversight management of it, but the real frontline people working with these guys were the clinicians then under my department, and they used to do phenomenal work to establish that trust and relationship. And the creation of the Santa Yala group, which is the HIV-infected people coming together as a group, I think was fantastic. It really helped the nutritional support, helped the adherence process and everything.
In fact, in your statement at paragraph 10, you said as follows, and I quote, MRC Gambia had a HIV cohort of 1,600 HIV-1 infected individuals as up to 2005. These were clinically taken by MRC HIV clinical staff. Clinical visits would entail monitoring CD4 count, plasma viral load testing, counseling, adherence if on therapy, and periodic field worker visits. There was good relationship between field workers and patients to a level where we encourage support groups. The patients created one support group called Santayala, where there are peer support and nutritional support within them. This is the crux of it. This was how we were managing HIV in Gambia, to the extent that 90% of the patients had suppressed viral loads with increased CD4 count.
Exactly.
And were doing very well.
Exactly. That's quite right. That's quite right. The treatment was no doubt very successful.
Was there any need to change our approach?
Absolutely not. Not that I see, or not that any scientist would see. Because whatever approach you do has to be based on scientific evidence.
And for those who were not eligible for treatment because they were maybe stage 1, according to your statement, you followed them in your cohort with field workers, and they continued their clinical visits every 3 months.
Exactly.
And during these clinical visits, the array of lab tests were all done, samples were taken, and you made sure that they were okay.
That's absolutely.
Still no necessity of other intervention.
Absolutely.
And then, obviously, these drugs that you were using prolonged the lives of those who participated in the program.
Absolutely.
And the effectiveness of these ARVs were not to be doubted at all.
Absolutely.
In fact, in paragraph 12 of your statement, this is what you had to say. It is important to note that once a person gets HIV-1 or dual infection, there is no other treatment other than ARVs, which should be taken for life.
Yep.
That was why we placed so much emphasis on adherence of treatment and field followers, because patients get tired from taking medication every day and no longer want to take it. When patients' viral loads would come up, it would be as a result of drug-resistant mutations, which is triggered by suboptimal intake of the ARVs. We then would have to implement second-line therapy to save the patient.
Exactly.
The multitude choice of drug combinations make it possible to manage HIV patients adequately for them to have long quality of life. Hence, a gigantic step from the days when HIV was regarded as a death sentence.
Exactly.
So the infection became rather a manageable chronic disease, which allows the patient to have a productive life. This was the situation in 2005. Very effective. You guys did a phenomenal job. Then come January 2007, when our president came with his bag of herbs and made a diabolical pronouncement. We will come to that after the break. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I'd like that point to take the break and then come back to that. But Dr. J, your remark that whatever you do should be based on scientific evidence, and I presume that evidence comes through one door, training and then knowledge, not through intuition. But anyway, we'll get to that when we come back.
Are you addressing Donald Trump?
See what it is. But I think, again, it's a very good setting for our hearings as we get to the next stage. Thank you very much. We'll take a 30-minute break, come back at 12 noon. Thank you. Meeting's adjourned.
Thank you.
tey nag dama kontaan bu baax sax si ñëw bi nga ñëw seet si suma tabax bi kontaan naa ci trop trop.
man maa gën a kontaan bi ma ñëwee fekk sa tabax bi toll fii waaye nag man kontaanuma ci sama kër gi man.
lu xew.
ndax umpale wu loon ne ñoo bokkoon nekk Europe.
dëgg la.
jamono yu ñu nekkee foofu yëpp man ak yow maa ngi am benn waay maa ngi ko yónnee xaalis bu bari pour mu sampal ma suma kër. te ba léegi tabax bi àggul fenn. te yow nga waxoon ma ne ma bi nga starté samp yàggul léegi nga toll fii foo jaar.
li waral loolu nag mooy dama ànd ak waa Baluwo.
kon bu ma la déggee Baluwo dañuy yëngu ci samp kër tamit.
ni ngay def nag yomb na da ngay log on to www.baluwo.com mun ngaa jënd ci ñoom ciment suuf banta weñ ba ci daaj yi nga xam ne di nga ko soxla lépp lu jëm ci wàllu samp rek mun nga koo am ci lu yomba ak Baluwo daal yaay dugal sa xaalis fi nga ko bëgg a amee ko ci ni nga ko bëggee. tey nag dama ko
bi jeex na depuis démba xettali ma rek ni jaay nga jëndal ma kaas pawa balaa yére yi di wow dama paase.
fii amoo fi benn xaalis laa amut waaw may ma tuuti waaw Mamadou waaw ma ne dimbale ñu rek nga yónni ñu kaas pawa léegi suñ kaas pawa moo jeex depuis démb ok baax na.
waaye yow ni jaay jaaxle naa de yow Mamadou naka lam ñoo jëndalee kaas pawa te fekk mu ngi bitim réew ni jaay.
xanaa xamuloo ne ak Baluwo waaye mën a nekk ci bitim réew mun naa yónnee njabootam kaas pawa nga ci am benn jafe-jafe. ni ngay def yomb na da ngay log on to www.baluwo.com nga jëndee courant ci compagnie yi nga xam ne ñoo saytu wàllu courant ci dëkk yu mel ni Gambia Sénégal Mali Nigeria ak Sierra Leone.
to 2005, and then come to January 2007, the former president of our country called a cabinet meeting and also invited the diplomatic corps and announced to the world that he had a cure, C-U-R-E, a cure for HIV and AIDS, and claimed that he could also cure other diseases such as hypertension, asthma, and what have you. Did you hear this pronouncement?
Yes, we did.
And how did you feel when you heard this pronouncement, taking into account the fact that it came from the president of our country?
It was a surprise to us, and but at the same time, a worry. And we thought at that point it's just a political rhetoric, and would stop at that, because he was known to make proclamations every time.
By saying, okay, please proceed, please proceed.
Yeah, he was known to make proclamations politically anytime, and we thought at that point in time this was just one of those political rhetorics. Until when we were informed that he's on the verge of organizing a treatment clinic. That was when our worries became profound.
You said he was prone to making political rhetoric, but this was beyond rhetoric, wasn't it?
Yeah, but generally he starts with that anyway. It was beyond, I agree, it's beyond rhetoric, because consequently he decided to start the program after he made the pronouncement. And when he started the program, that was when we were really in a worrying state.
Someone described him as a quack or a charlatan. What do you say about that?
I think there is one fundamental reason, because I think when Yahya Jammeh was once interviewed a long time ago, that perhaps people would have it on record, that he said he wanted to be a doctor. In one of his very early interviews, he wanted to be a doctor, and he found himself being a soldier. Now, if you analyze that, one would assume that, or hypothesize that, he perhaps is doing this and stating these proclamations because he realized there was something missing in his life ambition and wants to fulfill a self-esteem.
He's a wannabe doctor.
That statement of I wanted to be a doctor initially, and perhaps he now has achieved power. He felt there was still something missing in his self-esteem, and perhaps wants to fulfill that. I said, this psychological can happen in people. But the other aspect of it, I think, is also to strengthen his power base by showing a mystic aspect.
Why are you suggesting a mystic aspect to it?
Because he would want people to believe that he has some mystic powers. And that mystic powers also include treating people, treating things that people are not able to, treat. So for me, that's perhaps my analysis in why he was saying this. And honestly, it took me aback because I never thought he would go to that extent of practicing it. The fact that he proclaimed it and decided to take it upon himself to abdicate his responsibility and his mandate given to him by the people, and that is to be a president, But to spend so many man-hours on really instituting a treatment program, for me was a big shock, but also eventually led to the destruction of our own program.
We would come back to that, led to the destruction of our own program. We would come back to that, how the whole program was destroyed. But in the meantime, let's try to examine what Jammeh said. He said he could cure HIV/AIDS in 3 days. Well, later 3 days became 7 days, and later it became, well, no fixed time frame. What do you understand the term cure to mean?
Well, when he said the cure, and that is the reason why I initially said that it was, it was one of those rhetorics that, he doesn't think about, because that was an impossible. If you understand HIV, as I said earlier in the first session, if you really understand the pathogenesis of HIV, pathogenesis means the cause, C-O-U-R-S-E, not cause, it's cause. The way from the start it goes and up to the clinical, ramifications of it. If you really understand it, for you to come with the word cure becomes really strange and highly unexpected, but that could perhaps come from a traditional healer, as he claimed to be. But for us, for an educated scientific person, it becomes, you don't just believe it because it's not possible. Cure is not possible in HIV. And
why is that?
Why is that? The HIV virus, its genome, I think I alluded to this, its genome is a rare genome of an RNA that is half two double-stranded. And normally RNAs are single, but this one has a positive strand alongside it that enables it to integrate into the host DNA itself. And that's how HIV becomes successful. But not only that, that RNA it has, it's accompanied with proteins, enzyme proteins, that will enable it to employ a mechanism to integrate into the host cells itself. And at the cell itself, it's at the DNA of the cells itself, the way it integrates, and become part of that DNA to start multiplying. So if you want to treat, and cure means eliminating the virus. That's what cure is. If you want to cure, you have to get to that virus where it's hiding, but you cannot touch that virus without touching the DNA, the cells of the person. So you destroy the cells of the person. That means you will kill the person itself. This was the major problem with HIV cure. Throughout the HIV history, there was only one cure that was registered in the world. And this happened accidentally. This was a person in Germany, where, I think it was in Germany, I can't remember the exact country, where there was a stem cell therapy for another infection. And that stem cell induction into the person was to cure a bone marrow cell problem. And it happened that he was tested positive HIV, and because that stem cell is a pluripotential cell that replaces the original cells, or the original cell makers in the bone marrows and everything, it replaces the actual cells. And the older ones die, and then the new ones by the stem cells came about. And then when they retested HIV, the HIV was good. That was the only cure. But you can't apply that as a therapy. And up to today, we can't, because it's not practical to do that kind of a cure. So it's not possible to cure.
So, in a sense, when Jammeh promised that he could cure HIV in 3 days, it was simply a false statement.
To the scientific community, yes, it was. It was a false statement because we know that it's not possible.
It was a lie.
Of course.
In spite of his intentions.
In spite of his intention, it's not possible that that cure will happen.
And as at this stage, there was already effective treatment for HIV, which prolonged life and people could have a continued effective existence without any problem.
Exactly.
When Jammeh made this pronouncement, of course, a cohort of about 1,600 people. What happened to them?
Okay, and I think that was in our story about the whole proclamation to the stage where he really institutionalized his treatment program, because to do research, and we had to do research in order to use our HIV-2 cohorts to compare them with HIV-1 so that we can inform the scientific community internationally what our contribution of understanding the immune reactions and the preventive mechanisms happening in HIV. And our effort build that cohort and then we were not mandated to do research, and the cohorts that used to come were correctly followed money to do that. But we had to do it when the treatments happen, when the treatments with time
became available.
And so we did that. So now when Jammeh did this, we decided that we cannot clash with a political power on the ground. He is interested in treating conventionally, and we are and treatment, helping conventional treatment for these people. And therefore, there was a decision that we have to close the cohort. It became apparent when many of our members of the cohort came to indicate that they are now moving program to the presidential treatment program. We cannot stop them because it's their choice. What we have to do is to create a discharge form which they will have to sign that they are now leaving the cohort and move over. But we accompany that discharge form with a procedure of counseling again, another form of counseling. And this was done with the intention more to understand the risk at which they potentially will be in living on conventional and unconventional.
Treatment. It required.
Exactly, I was coming to that. Yeah. And that's exactly the point. And that counseling was part of it. We would tell them that, do you understand that you are not required, according to his declaration, you sin. And they would say, yes, we understood that. Especially that they are now current medication that they are on, right? So, at that time, I think we have about 500 on the treatment scheme out of the whole 1,600 cohort members. So we offered to discharge them by that program. They went. A few months.
Would you say that the lure, the main reason why these people who are doing very well decided to move to the Jammeh program is of a cure? as opposed to treatment. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Council, sorry to interrupt you, but if we have now moved away from the scientific part of the testimony, what is going on now is very interesting. Maybe we should have interpretation to get the public to hear what exactly the phase that we have now entered.
Can we have
interpreters are ready?
Yes, can we have the Wolof interpreter in the booth, please?
Can they
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
confirm that they are ready? Can you repeat what?
Yeah, perhaps maybe we could just take a step backwards a little bit.
That's exactly what we did.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
You may proceed, Council.
Interpreters, can you indicate we are ready? Proceed. Yes, Dr. J, we want to take a little step backwards to... Are we getting the interpretation? Maybe we need 1 more minute. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. I understand that the interpretation, everything is ready?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. J, perhaps with interpretation, I just want to recap a few things.
dafa am si gàttal rek am na li nga xamante loolu la bëgg a waxtaanee tuuti loolu la bëgg a wax.
Is the best interpretation of those words I have used, but dafa am ci luma bëgg dellu rek bala ñu continue, but all the same Dr. J, you indicated that as of 2005
yow wax nga comme si atum 2005
your program
programme bi
was able to at least attain among 90% of your patients suppressed viral loads.
Suppressed viral load.
Mooy jàngoro ji nekk ci ñoom wàññeeku na bañ nasaxal nañ ko.
Waaw mooy
perhaps maybe can we have
ñu melni bon jamono joju ñi nga xamne ñoo amé won doomu jangoro ji wañeku na bu baax dolem wañeku na
to the extent that their CD4 counts, which is the soldiers in their system, increased significantly.
Bañ tollu ci jamono jo xamne son soldat yaram yi nga xamne mo di xex doomu jangoro ji gën na am doole bu baax.
This was the situation as of 2005, correct?
Yes.
And this was the most anyone could attain anywhere in the world for treatment of HIV/AIDS. In effect, Gambia was not left behind as compared to other countries in the world in the treatment of HIV and AIDS. All that was required was for the person to maintain the regime of taking antiretrovirals, and that would prolong the person's life.
Liñ soxla won rek moy ñi nga xamne ñoo amé doomi jangoro ji liñ soxla ci ñoom rek modi ñuy jëfu li nga xamne modi antiretroviral muy garab bobu ñoo naan nga xamne lool dina ko dimbalé nak pour yok ay atam
betax I'm sorry. It got to the extent that what was initially a death sentence is now merely a manageable disease like other chronic diseases such as diabetes.
Loolu taxoon na be doomi jàngoro HIV/AIDS ku ko amoon dañoo wax ne borom dafa ñàkk bakkanam loolu nag rek yeneen feebar yu dërkiis yi comme diabetes ak yooyu.
Comme feebari sukur.
Waaw feebar sukur diabetes.
That's right. Thank you very much. And HIV and AIDS was no longer that big problem that it once was, say, as in the 1980s.
taxoon na nag ba HIV ak AIDS jamono jooju nag melaatut comme na nga xam ne nu la ko nit ñi ragalee woon ci jamono ay atum 1980s yi.
And come by end of 2005, you had registered a tremendous success.
taxoon na nag ba jamono yiñ tolloo ci atum 2005 gisoon nañ yokkute bu bari boo xam ne defoon ngeen ko amoon ngeen ko ci seen wàlli liggéey.
But then in 2007 January,
waaye nag ci weeri January atum 2007
the head of state of the republic,
ki nga xam ne mooy woon njiiti réewi Gambia fi
Yaya Jammeh, made a pronouncement that he could cure HIV.
amoon na yébaane boo xam ne defoon na ko ne moom de mun naa faj HIV.
You told us a little while ago that you are surprised by that statement.
waxoon nga ñu ci gannaaw ne kàddu googu mu joxe woon loolu la bettoon la daf la jaaxaloon.
But he was prone to making political rhetoric.
mel ni daal dafa lim kàddu politique la doon wax rek.
You also indicated that, but he followed this with actual attempts at treatment.
waxoon nga ne nii nag daf ko toftal ci ay jamono yoo xam ne am na yoon yoo xam ne mu ngi doon jéem a def ay faj.
You indicate that this was really surprising.
waxoon nga nag ne loolu moom lu la bettala woon.
And it indicated a gross misunderstanding of what HIV/AIDS really is.
te loolu indi woon na leeral ci li nga xam ne dëgg-dëgg mooy woon lan mooy doomi jàngoro HIV/AIDS.
And you told us that to proclaim that one can cure HIV/AIDS.
te wax nga ñu ne nag pour nit toog rek wax ne moom mun naa faj doomi jàngoro HIV/AIDS.
Shows that the person does not understand the cause that the disease takes in the body of a person.
loolu wane na ne borom xamut yoon yi nga xam ne moom la doomi jàngoro di jël bu nekkee ci biir yarami doomu aadama.
You indicated that this is a disease that integrates itself in the human DNA in the host.
wax nga ne lii doomi jàngoro la boo xam ne dafa dugal boppam ci biir yarami doomu aadama ji nga xam ne moom la dugal.
To the extent that if you want to eradicate the disease in the person, you would have to kill the person.
bon dafa mel ni sax bu fekkee ne yow bëgg nga dax doomi jàngoro jooju ci yarami doomu aadama ba mu set wecc loolu dafa tekki ne bon da ngay rey borom.
You further went on to say that the only cure of HIV/AIDS that ever existed happened by accident in Germany.
waxoon nga ni benn yoon rek lañ mun a gis koo xam ne fajoon nañ wëraloon nañ HIV/AIDS ci yaramam bi te loolu sax tombee la woon rek te mu nga xewoon ca réewi Germany.
And it happened as a result of a bone marrow transplant on a patient who was HIV positive.
te loolu li ko waraloon mooy li nga xam ne mooy yaxi diggi gannaaw yi borom dañ ko doon faj rek dal di tombee rek fajaale ci doomi jàngoro HIV/AIDS boobu.
But such cure is not practical.
waaye nag façon fajin boobu loolu mo munta antu.
Does that reflect a summary of what we discussed so
ndax
far?
loolu tënk na li nga xam ne moom lañ fi waxtaanee woon balaa ñoo noppaleku ji.
Yeah, just to clarify that the treatment of the single person that happened was what they call stem cell transplantation.
Stem cell.
Certain cells that you prepare in the lab, special cells that you know they can grow, special cells, and they can easily replace specific cells in your body. That's important to emphasize that was why the treatment happened.
comme yooyu dafa nekk yeneen cells yi nga xamante ne dañ dee mun a dimbale yeneen cells yi nga xam ne ñu si yarami doomi aadama pour ñu mun a jël loolu ñu faje ko.
remplacer cell yu fa nekkoon génne ko moom mu nekk cell si boppam. So stem cell replacement is just to replace what you have before and then bring a new cell completely. And that was why that cure was possible. I think it's important to clarify that.
Thank you very much. Yeah. In a sense, you were saying that there are elements within the human body that were removed and replaced with some new elements that were grown in the lab into the person's body.
Exactly. That's
dafa melni dafa am ay ferñent yo xamne mu ngi ci yaram nit ki lolu lañu génné outalé ko ak yeneen yi nga xamne mu ngi bayé ko ci lab bi nga xamne fa lañu sété.
And it is your opinion that such treatment or cure is not practical.
Bon dafa melni dal yow ci sa kaddu woné na ni façon yi faj bobu wala façon yi wéral bobu lolu mo munta am.
And for that reason there could not have been any cure for HIV/AIDS.
Bon lolu dafa melni amuñ dara lo xamne dina mëna wéral li nga xamne modi HIV/AIDS.
But from my observations, Jammeh's claim was not only limited to administering medicine.
Waaye nag man ci suma wàlli gis-gis Jammeh emut rek ci def li nga xam ne moo di joxe ay garab.
There was some suggestion or element of magic or supernatural powers involved in it.
Amoon na leneen loo xam ne mu ngi ko doon jëfandoo mel ni luxus wala ay xam-xam yu am doole xam-xam yu làqu yoo xam ne moom la doon wane ne moom laa jëfoo ci faj bi.
Like having a Quran over a person and incantations or recitations of verses from the Quran or statements that are unknown.
Manam dal mel niti alquran timale ko nit ki di tari ay baat ci alquran bi ak di def yeneen yo xamne mu ko jàng ci ko borom.
Did you observe that?
Seetlu nga lolu?
Yes. Yes, I've observed that. I think where I must be honest that where I wasn't interested to really know how he does this, because for me it was all rubbish and nonsense, and I didn't have the time to follow whether the only time I saw it was I think when one of the international TV, is it Al Jazeera?
Al Jazeera, yes.
That's the one I saw, and that's where I saw the procedure. And for me, that's not scientific, and so that's it.
Man dal mbir la woon boo xam ne man amuma ci woon itte lool sax pour toppa ko ndaxte xamoon naa ne lim doon def jaarul ci benn yoon benn jamono rek laa xam ne daal toppoon naa mbir yi tuuti rek mooy jamono joo xam ne télévision bu bàyyeekoo fële ci Al Jazeera ñëwoon nañ pour seetlu mbir yi loolu rek laa toppoon ndax xamoon naa ne mbir yi amul benn xam-xam boo xam ne moo ci nekk te jaarul ci benn yoon.
From your experiences, would this be the first time a very powerful person in the world would claim to have powers, healing powers, and make that available to people? Would this be the first time you're seeing that?
Yes, ci sa wàlli xam-xam ndax bii mooy njël benn yoon ngay gis wala di dégg nit ko xam ne borom doole la ci réewam mu jóg ne moom mun naa wéral li nga xam ne moo di jàngoro HIV and AIDS mus ngaa gis loolu.
I've never seen it in my life, and why I said this was surprising and at the same time shocking is the degree of irresponsibility to do this, because if you're a president, you're the leader of a whole nation, and you have to protect the life of everybody. It's within your purview to do that. And for you to engage and do such a thing.
Can you shorten your statement, please?
Okay.
Sorry.
Can I repeat it?
Yes, please.
Why I said it was shocking I've never seen it in my life, that's the question.
li tax ma wax ne lii lu ma bettal la lu ma tiital la musuma koo gis ci suma géeri du
But more shocking is that for a president who is a leader of a nation,
li tax mu gën ma jaaxal sax mooy président boo xam ne moom njiiti réew la
and protecting your people is within your purview as a leader.
te yow nag li nga xam ne moo di sa warugal mooy nga aar say nit yi comme yow kilifa nga
To say something that you haven't presented evidence before,
pour def loo xam ne moom amuloo dara loo xam ne lu ko wéral la balaa nga koo commencé
or even indicate what other professional treatment career you have undergone through and showed success to people.
wala boog sax nga wone ci ay misaal yoo xam ne am na yeneeni faj yoo xam ne defoon nga ko te mun nga cee sukkandiku pour won ko nit ñi
which he never did, and then decided to experiment what he thinks he has on people traditionally.
te loolu musu koo def pour jéem a sax seetlu ci nit ñi moo faj xam li nga xam ne moom la war a def ci wàlli aada fajini aada wala fajini nit ku ñuul
This for me was unacceptable, and it was, it was just very, out of the ordinary.
pour man daal lii moom waruñ koo mun a nangu te mbir la moo xam ne sa dafa jéggi dayo
But besides, by the time he actually pronounced the ability to do this treatment,
waaye sax balaa moo yébaane ne moom mun naa faj li nga xam ne moo di doomi jàngoro HIV/AIDS
there were a series of traditional proclamations from other countries about treating HIV.
am na yeneen réew yoo xam ne ñoo wax nañ ko jaarale ko ci wàlli aada yooni nit ku ñuul ne mun nañoo faj HIV
But none of them have been proven right.
waaye amut kenn ci ñoom koo xam ne wéral nañ li nga xam ne moom nga wax
So why he did it, I don't know.
moom nag li tax mu def ko man xaw ma ko
Thank you very much. And what do you think was the impact of his position as president
lan nga foog ne
on the victims or on the patients who went to the program?
lan nga foog ne nag moom mi nga xam ne taxawaayam moom mooy président loolu nga xam ne moom la def ci kaw ñi amee doomi jàngoro AIDS bi lan la leen indil
I'm not sure I get the question, because I think, the main thing about a president proclaiming cure to people who are sick is exploiting the vulnerability of those people who are sick by virtue of your position as a president.
pour ni ma ko gisee daal mooy yow moom dafa sukkandiku li nga xam ne moo di palaasam boobu nga xam ne moom mooy président la wéeru ci nag pour sonnal wala yàqal ñi nga xam ne ñoom ñoo amee doomi jàngoro AIDS boobu noonu.
You have to remember that any sick person, especially when it comes to serious illnesses like that,
dañ war a fàttaliku ne képp koo xam ne yaa ngi feebar surtout façon ngi feebar yu tar yu mel ni HIV/AIDS.
no matter how strong-minded you are,
ak borom mu xelam dal
you are psychologically affected.
loolu nag foog mu laal la torop ci sa wàlli xel foog mu sonal.
That is where vulnerability comes in.
loolu moo tax nag ba mu sonal ñi nga xam ne ñoo amee doomi jàngoro bi.
Whenever you hear a cure,
saa yoo xamee ne dégg nga ne am na kuy faj.
you will, no matter who you are, you will try to rush to that facility.
di nga fa mun a dem ndaxte yaa ngi séntu ne di nga wér.
And that was the underlying problem of this criminality.
te loolu nag moom moo indi woon jafe-jafe bi ci xaajale bi nekkoon ci diggante bi.
And the lure of a cure itself, in this case, was compounded by the order of the presidency.
That's the point. That's exactly it.
te nag li nga xam ne moo di mbiri wéral googu nga xam ne wax na ne mun naa faj doomi jàngoro ji ba wéral ko ci borom loolu mbir la moo xam ne xalaat bi bàyyee ko ci président bi la.
what I was lima don jublu moy ne kuñ ne feebar bi diw amna garabam diko faj lolu rek doy na nit ki daw pour dem ca loola saka su fekkee ne kako wax moo ëppa doole ci dëkk bi
exactly
bon nit ñi dañ ci gën a daw sax dem
exactly
parce que kako amee faj ba ka amee garabam
borom kàddu la
borom doole la ci réew
exactly
that's right. And once this pronouncement was made, you told us that members of your cohort decided to abandon your program and to go and enlist or to register in the Jammeh's KIO program, correct?
Yes.
wax nga ñu nag ne bi président mi yéebaane ne moom mun naa faj li nga xam ne moo di doomi jàngoro AIDS bi ñi nga xam ne ñoo bokkoon ci sa mbooloo mi am na ci ñoo xam ne bàyyeekoo woon nañ fa dem bokki ci faji président bi.
That's correct.
Again, let's situate the position of these people as at this time. You did state that 90% of them were enjoying very high CD4 counts and significant viral load suppression.
léegi nag wax nga ne ñooñu nga xam ne ñoo doon faju noonu juróom téeméer bu ci nekk juróom ñaar fukkay ñoom seen li nga xam ne mooy woon doomi jàngoro yi nekkoon seen yaram bi doole bi mu ngi doon wàcca.
And at this stage, they were having the best treatment that is known to be available.
te balaa loolu jamono jooju sax ñoom ñu doon am faj bi nga xam ne mooy faj bu baax bu gën boo xam ne moom lañ amoon fii.
And in order to pave the way for them to move onto the Jammeh program, you had to give them discharge forms, correct?
loolu nag pour xalal leen yoon ñu mun a dem bokki ci faju président bi foog ñu jox leen kayit boo xam ne wane na ne bàyyi nañ leen.
And not only that, you also gave them counseling, correct?
amul ci loolu rek toog nga waxtaan ak seeni borom.
And you explain to them what are the implications of them moving to unconventional treatment.
te it xamal ngeen leen li nga xam ne moom la leen a jural ëllëg si biir bu fekkee ne bàyyi nañ seen faj bi nga xam ne mooy faju tubaab bi.
And after that, you let them move on to the Jammeh program.
gannaaw bi nag ci nga leen bàyyi ñu dem bokki ci faji président Jammeh bi.
What was the impact of the treatment of the Jammeh cure or the Jammeh program on these individuals who have moved onto that program?
ñooñu nga xam ne ñoo bàyyi woon faju tubaab bi dem nag ci faji Jammeh bi loolu moom lan la leen jural ñoom.
If I can recall very well, there were some who returned to our cohort very early after they started the Jammeh treatment.
Comme su ma waree fàttaliku bu baax si jamono bi nga xamante ne nit ñi nga xamante ne ñoom ñoo dem sàkku faj si ñun buñ paree woon pour dem def faj si Jammeh.
dellu siwaatoon nañ pour join MRC treatment bi. Those few that returned wasn't a problem because they were not severely affected and we could restart the conventional on them.
Interpretation?
ñun néew ñi nga xamante ne ni ñoo mujjee dellu si suñ ñun.
ñoo njëkk a
dellu si suñ ñun.
parce que dañ dellu
teel
balaa ñoo am problème bi si faj buñ door ak Jammeh. So those ones were restarted and they continue to do well again.
ñooñu nag ci lañ dal di continuer faj bi te jamono jooju nag ñu ngi doon def seen ndam ci wàllu faju bi.
From your interaction with them, Did they give an indication as to why they came back?
yow nag ci waxtaan yi nga xam ne yaa ngi ko doon defa ñoom ndax wax nañ la lan moo tax ba ñu dellu si waat.
Some of them did explain that it was bogus. We asked them why. They said they never saw an improvement. But I think remarkably what is important is that these people were intelligent enough to see that this was bogus.
ñoom ñi ci sa bari nag li ñu wax mooy ne daal gis nañ ne li leen taxoon a dem loolu amut ci faj bi nga xam ne moom lañ fa doon séntu.
It was bogus. Means
it was
faj bi duutoon dëgg.
So yeah, faj bi duutoon dëgg ñu teel a ràññee ne faj bi duutoon dëgg ñoom teel nañoo dellu si.
ñi nga xam ne ok.
ñu teel a ràññee ñu demoon si jaame teel a ràññee ne faj bi dëgg du dëgg ñoom teel nañoo dellu si MRC pour continuer lañ nekkoon si MRC. But that's important because the other aspect is there were a sizable number who got retained for a long time before they came back, and I'll come to those groups.
li tax ma wax loolu nag am na ci ñu ci bari ñoo xam ne ñoom desoon nañ fa am dellu si waat.
Yes, proceed, please.
So that group that got retained in the Jammeh's program for a long time.
mbooloo mi nga xam ne nag ñoom des nañ ci faji président Jammeh bi ci diir bu yàgga.
What we knew was the conditions deteriorated.
liñ xam mooy ne.
By the time they came back to MRC.
liñ xam mooy ne daal seen wér gu yaram nasaxoon na bu baax a baax balaa ñu dellu si waat faju MRC bi.
This is aside those who died.
lii nag utee na sax ak ñi nga xam ne ñàkk nañ ci seen bakkan.
Why we knew that some died.
li tax ñu xam nag ne am nañu ci ñàkk bakkan ci jamono ji ñu doon faju foofu.
If you recall, I said that there was a close association between our medical doctors and these cohort people. So we know their names, we know them individually because of that relationship. So whenever the president and we absent, we would know from the names they were calling that these people died.
diggante ñun docteur yi ak yeneen liggéeykat yi nga xam ne ñoo fa doon liggéey ba tax na ba li daan xew dañ ko doon xam moo tax ba bu président bi toogee yéebaane ay tur ne dem ne ñun dañoo xam ne ñooñu mooy ñi nga xam ne dañ dee.
mu yéebaane ay tur ñoo xam ne dañ leen oo ñu ne nekkuñ fi. ñun xam nañ ne ñooñu dañ ñàkk seen bakkan ci diggante bi. That's what you meant to say.
That's what I meant to say.
Thank you very much.
So the other set that came late back to MRC.
nga xam ne ñoom teelu ñoo dellu si waat MRC pour faju bi.
And with very bad condition.
te nag seen wàllu wér gu yaram dellu na gannaaw torop na sax na bu baax a baax.
We were obliged to take them back because that's medical practice. You don't refuse to treat people again when they come for help again.
waaw ñun gis nañ ne ñooñu ci wàllu faj bi lañ nekk jëlaat nañ leen ndaxte suñu wàllu liggéey nit ki su waree toll ci anam yooyu ñëw pour faju doo ko mën a delloo.
So the whole procedure that I explained about starting treatment, we had to do that and restart the therapy for them again.
comme ni ma ko waxee nag yoon yi nga xam ne fa lañ war a jaar pour faj leen yoon yooyu lañ sukkandiku waat nag pour commencer waat faj bi ci ñoom.
In your statement in paragraph 19.
ci sa wax bi nga wax ci paragraphe 19 mooy kayit bi nga binda ci sa wax yi. Paragraph 19.
I want to just recap a few things you said. You said we were close to the patients and we knew that they had died.
Ngale ñun amna jokko bi nek suñu digante ak ñi febar ñooñu so lolo tax ñuy xam am na ñi dee ci ñii.
That was the sad thing about it, because these were people that we had managed to a good level of health.
Li ci gën a daw yaram mooy ñii ay nit lañ ñi nga xam ne ñun dimbali woon nañ ñii toppatoo leen ci seen feebar bi ba seen feebar bi doomi jàngoro yi dem nañ ba wàññeeku bu baax ba ci fu mu nekk nii toll nañ ci place boo xam ne xal nañoo tane.
But unfortunately, the president shortened their lives.
waaye li ci gën a bon président bi moo gàttal seen fan.
That's a very strong statement to make.
loolu wax bu am doole la pour nit wax ko.
Yes, I swore here to say the truth, and I was an overall person in charge of our of the HIV program in MRC.
Man nag bi ma commencé suma wax fii dama waat te man naa ki nga xam ne maa jiite woon faj googu nga xam ne ñu ngi ko doon jël foofu ca MRC.
So what I'm saying is something that I know very well.
Li ma wax fii mbir la moo xam ne lu ma óor la lu ma xam la.
We had the people who started treatment with MRC were doing very well.
Xam naa ne ñi nga xam ne ñoo commencé woon faj bi ak MRC ñooñu ñoom ñu ngi doon jëm kanam bu baax ci seen wàllu wér gu yaram.
And those, when they were going to the presidential treatment, they were doing very well.
Te jamono ji nga xamee ne ñu ngi doon bàyyi faji MRC bi di dem di bokk ci faji président bi seen wér gu yaram mu ngi jëmoon kanam bu baax a baax.
Those people had the chance to lead a productive life.
Te ñooñu mënoon nañoo nekk ñoo xam ne dinañ dunda seen dunda te def li nga xam ne moo leen war yépp ci seen géeri dunda.
And become normal citizens in the country.
Te dinañ nekk ñoo xam ne doomi réew la yoo xam ne li leen war ci seen biir réew mi dañ ko mën a def ci anam yi leen war.
So if anybody has data to show that there was no death in the presidential treatment,
bon nag képp koo xam ne war ngaa taxaw di wane xibaar ne amul kenn ku dee ci faji président bi.
let him produce that data, not to even share it with us, but let him share it with the Santayala group.
Na génne xibaar yooyu wane ko du pour ñun sax de waaye mu wane ko ak groupe Santayala bi nga xam ne ñi amoon doomi jàngoro HIV ñoo bokkoon ci mbooloo moomu.
And those people are in a position to refute that because they know each other very well.
ñooñu nag ñoom ñoo mun a taxaw pour weddi kàddu yooyu ndaxte ñoom xamante nañ.
So if I say that some people died, they were not necessarily supposed to die because of the treatment they were on at the MRC, it's a true statement.
Bon nag su fekkee ne man ci suma kàddu wax naa ne ñi dee ci faji président bi waruñu woon a dee ndaxte faj bi nga xam ne ñu ngi leen doon faj MRC faj boobu mu ngi doon indi yokkute bu baax ci seen wàllu wérgu yaram.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
jërëjëf docteur.
And for those who came back to you,
pour ñi nga xam ne dellusi nañ ci yéen.
You said some of them came in moribund state.
wax nga ne ñu dellusi am na ñoo xam ne bi ñoo dellusi fekk seen wérgu yaram dellu na gannaaw bu baax.
And their health was in a state of hopeless decline.
ci waxtu boobu seen wérgu yaram daal dellu na gannaaw ba egga ci waxtu boo xam ne daal doy na waar.
Were you able to save them?
ndax amoon nga yoon pour dimbale leen pour muccal leen.
An important question there. Some died, no matter how much we tried.
laajte bu am solo nga laajte noonu waaye nag am nañu dee ak def nañ suñ kéemtalaay kàttan daal waaye mënuñ leen a sowe.
But some were successful.
waaye nag am na ñoo xam ne yàlla dimbale na leen ñu mucca.
And if you see that degree, that variance, that variability in that degree of why these people died, it's because of the length at which they stayed, I think, at the presidential treatment programs.
So say
the longer you stay there and be denied of the conventional treatment, of course, the hypothesis is that your whole system deteriorates again and the CD4 goes slow.
soo seetloo uute bi nga xam ne moo nekk ci ñaari faj yooyu mooy ne dañ yàgg torop ci faju président bi tax na ba garab yi nga xam ne moo leen waroon a mun a dimbali munuñ ko woon a jëfoo li nga xam ne moom lañ doon jëfoo nag mu doon yàqal lu bari ci seen wàlli yaram ci seen wàlli wérgu yaram.
Ultimately, what happened to your program at MRC?
Now, we were caught in between really a dilemma of saving our research mandate in this country.
ñu daal dañ tënku woon ci jaaxle boo xam ne ñu ngi ci woon pour mun a muccal li nga xam ne mooy suñ taxawaay ci ay gëstu yoo xam ne ñu ngi ko doon def.
And clashing with a political power.
loo xam ne nag dafa jànkuwante ak li nga xam ne moo di mbiri politique.
And if you know, international research is heavily funded by other stakeholders.
te nag ay gëstu yoo xam ne ñu ngi ko doon def ci diggante réew ak réew ñi nga xam ne ñoo ko doon dépasse ay borom doole lañ.
The fact that these people are already gone to the presidency's treatment and then coming back to MRC politically could cause problems.
te nag sax ne ñi nga xam ne commencé woon nañ faj MRC ba pare jógee fa dem ci faji président bi loolu indi woon na jafe-jafe ci wàllu politique.
Reverse ñi bàyyi woon MRC dem ci faji président ba jëlee wuñ fa liñ bëgga ñu del si waat MRC loolu indi ekkati woon na ay jafe-jafe.
That could pose a problem for us and may compromise our research mandate. And we decided that we need to close the HIV clinic at the MRC.
Lolu isi won na jafe-jafe ci ñun ba tollu nañ ci waxtu boo xam ne daal amul lu ñu mën a def dañ mujjee tëj ci bunti liggéeykaay boobu ñu def MRC fi ñu dimbalee ñi nga xam ne ñu ngi am doomi jàngoro HIV/AIDS.
In a sense, you avoided having a program that would compete with that of the president in the treatment of HIV/AIDS.
And could bring a political
programme dafa indi ñongante dal seen digante ak faji président bi.
Yes, and you can understand that what would that mean? It was obviously going to be a political clash.
te loolu li mu jur mooy xam nga ne su yàggee dafa isi ñàkk a déggoo boo xam ne affaire politique moo cee dugal.
So what we did was to organize a smooth transition. This is important.
li mu defoon rek mooy ñu fexe pour toxale mbir yi ci yoon boo xam ne ci xel lañ ko defee.
We requested funding from London. We allowed the rest of our cohorts, HIV cohorts, transfer them to be taken care of by the RVT, that time it was RVTH, and hands-on care. Why hands-on care? Because one of our experienced medical doctor who was taking care of our AIDS patient at MRC then, who was now in charge of hands-on care, and he's highly experienced in handling cases.
RVTH. And so we ak hands-on care parce que kenn koo xam ne moom doon di liggéey ak ñun koo xam ne borom xam-xam la xam na mbiri faj bi kooku moom doon di liggéey ak mbootaay boobu hands-on care moo tax ñu toxal gaay pour ñu yóbbu leen ci bunta boobu.
So it's important to know that we helped build some facilities at the RVTH for these patients to be taken care of, both at the children HIV clinic and adult HIV clinic.
amoon na solo nag ñu jël bërëb boo xam ne mu ngi ci lopitaan bu mag bi ci Banjul ñu sukkandiku ko nag pour di ko jëfoo pour ñi nga xam ne ñooy xale yi am doomi jàngoro HIV ak mag yi nga xam ne ñoo amee doomi jàngoro HIV ñu leen fa fajee.
For the process of that transfer, we involved the Santa Yalla group and had some series of meetings with them.
waaye nag bi ñoo def toxal yooyu nag jokkoo nañ ci ak mbootaay sant yàlla te am na ay ndaje ci bari yoo xam ne séqa nañ ko ak ñoom.
And that was the painful moment.
te loolu nag jamono ju métti la du daw yaram la woon.
For us, because each time that meeting happens, it will end up being disrupted by cries and wails that you people are abandoning us. You people are, leaving us, to die, etc. Those were the kind of statements you would, be acquiring during that meeting.
saa yoo xamee ne séq nañ ndaje
for us.
saa yoo xamee ne def nañ ndaje nag ak ay sant yàlla yi ndaje bu métti laa doon ndaje bu daw yaram laa doon ndaxte ci mujjanteel gi ay jooy neen laa nekk ñoom dinañ jooy ci suñ ko wane ne ñun dañ leen bugg a beddi dañ leen bugg a bàyyi rek pour ñu seetaan leen dañ dee te loolu nag ñun tamit ndaje bu daw yaram la daan doon pour ñun.
But nonetheless, this transfer went smoothly eventually, and they were all transferred to this, and that was how we closed the HIV clinic at MRC.
waaye nag terewut ba tey rek toxal nañ li nga xam ne moo di faji HIV bi génne ko MRC toxal.
In terms of research interest, we got funding to continue that research in Senegal.
lu aju nag ci itte bi nga xam ne ñun am nañ ko ci wàlli ay gëstu ñu dal di ko doxal nag yóbbu ko ci réewi Sénégal.
That was huge loss for Gambia.
Huge loss for Gambia, but that's culminated to my secondment to Cheikh Anta Diop University to set up regional collaborative intervention HIV research network and continue our research there. So I spent 7 years or 6 years there continuing my research work.
loolu nag yàqute bu rëy la jural waa réewi Gambia loolu la ko looya bi laaj mu ne ko waaw yàqu bu rëy la ndaxte waaye nag dafa tombé tamit ñu toxal ma ci fi nga xam ne mooy Cheikh Anta Diop University bi foofa nag voilà continuer nag dafa def gëstu yi nga xam ne moom laa ci doon def.
In essence, that very good treatment that was being offered by MRC to about 500 Gambians has now been lost and given to hands-on care.
mu mel ni ndimbal bu MRC bi doon di jox ñi nga xam ne dem nañ ba juróomi téeméer fu mu nekk nii amul pexe ba hands-on care pour liggéey bi continuer foofu.
Exactly. So perhaps it was not lost entirely because we had much confidence in our hands-on care. We trained people at the RWTH at that time also and gave them CD4 counting machine at that time to do monitoring. So we thought, aside from the traditional going, those who don't want to go, we wanted to make sure they continue to benefit, because Global Fund did not withdraw, even though there were challenges, they never withdrew. So
waaw mën nañoo wax ne sax du yàqu bu bari trop lool ndaxte ñi nga xam ne ñooy hands-on care am na ci ñu xam ne ñu bari jàngal nañ leen ne ñoo fajee dimbale nañ leen ci ay machines yoo xam ne pour ñu seet ci li ñoo wax CD4 count.
not hands-on care, RWTH ñu leen jàngal ba pare jox leen machine pour ñu toppatoo. Hands-on care ñoom amoon nañ seen machine amoon nañ seen personnel waaye RWTH dañ make sure ne dugal nañ fa xaalis pour support leen.
te terewut tamit ñi nga xam ne ñooy Global Fund dépasse bi nga xam ne ñu ngi ko doon def teggewuñ ci seen loxo.
That aside, what was the government's or what was Jammeh's reaction to questions about his so-called cure or his treatment program?
Jammeh moom ci boppam lan la mujjee def ci li nga xam ne nekkoon na loo xam ne moom mu doon di wax ne dafa faj gaa yi moom nag léegi moom naka la ko jëlee naka la ko gisee ci wàllam moom ci boppam faj bi mu waxoon ne moom mu ngi faj gars yi bi loolu amee.
Let me rephrase that in Wolof.
naka la dee réacté ci correction or ku challenge moom lu moo def.
I'll say that in Wolof. laajte yi nit ñi doon laajte mbaa jaaxle yi nit ñi amoon ci moom faj gi mu doon faj Jammeh ci boppam naka la reaction, how do I say reaction? naka la jëlee loolu daal.
naka la ko gisee
naka la ko jëlee.
I think that was obvious to many people because the first victim for to question on questioning this was the UNDP rep, if you remember, who was immediately declared persona non grata. I think it was a she, I think.
loolu moom leeroon na ci ñu bari ndaxte ki nga xam ne moo njëkkoon na laajte daal am ñaari xel ci mbiri fajam bi liggéeykat la boo xam ne mu toogaloon UNDP mbootaale xeeti àddina si nga xam ne ñoo amee wàllu programme yi yokkute waaye moom ba mu ko defee dañ ko génnee réew mi.
So if he can do that to an international diplomat, I mean, I'm not sure any Gambian can be left spared, and the consequences for a Gambian would be grave.
su fekkoon ne nag loolu mun na koo def koo xam ne réewam ñoo ko ebal si fii pour mu ñëw liggéey si kàddu yooyu naxari ko ba tax mu génnee ko réew mi bon nag waxatuñ koo xam ne doomi réewi Gambia nga ni koom doomi réew mi bu ko defoon ci moom laa gën a métti.
Did you by any chance hear statements made by Jammeh directed towards international organizations?
ndax dégg nga ay kàddu yi nga xam ne Jammeh moo waxoon yow la waxoon pour mbiri bunta yoo xam ne mooy diggante réew ak réew kàddu yi mu leen waxoon ndax dégg nga leen.
Well, as I had statements indicate, the transmitted statements that he made, I think that those in international organizations who think, or who question his therapy, a threat in a way, and specifically saying those who think they are international scientists and are doing and are questioning, he's waiting for them. Something like that. Those kind of threatening statements I think we've heard, and some were transmitted to me to mean perhaps he's alluding to you, because at one point he made a statement saying those who think they are Gambian experts and are in Senegal, that kind of statement. I didn't hear, but people transmitted this kind of statements.
Am na ay kàddu yoo xam ne dégguma ko de waaye jottali nañ ma ko muy wane ne bépp mbootaay boo xam ne mbootaay bitim réew la nga bugg a am ñaari xel ci wàlli fajam bi dina ko jëflante ak borom te ñu ci bari sax foogoon nañ ne kàddu gi ci man la ko jëmale woon ndaxte tollu woon na foo xam ne mu ngi doon wax ne ñi nga xam ne ay borom xam-xame xarala lañ waa réew mi te dem toog ca Sénégal ñu bari foog nañ ne man la jëmale kàddu gi yooyu yëpp dégg naa ko daal façon yooyu muy ci doon tiital nit ñi.
And did those threatening remarks have any impact, or did it hasten your closure of your program in Gambia?
ndax kàddu yooyu dafa mel ni ay kàddu tiitange ndax yëngal na la te ndax loolu moo tax pour nga jeexal sa liggéey bi fii biir Gambia fii ndax daf ko gaawal.
By the time he made those remarks, apart maybe from the one he made to the UNDP, that was before our closure. But those remarks he made eventually was after our closure. I think our closure was mainly based on really looking at the risk of continuing this treatment in the face of a political clash. This was what really made us make a quick decision for that.
Kàddu yooyu mu wax nag xanaa bu UNDP bi rek dama fekk tëjaagun waaye balaa mu doon joxe kàddu yooyu fekk na ñun sax tëjoon nañ suñ place ba pare li taxoon sax ñu gën koo tëj mooy dañ doon xalaat ne buñ continuer lii dina mun a indi jaamaaloo ci wàlli politique suñ diggante ak moom.
Yes, and particularly strengthened by the fact that he directed a threat to the UNDP, and obviously So what I think, in retrospect, I think we made a very good decision at a very early time and a very good time.
dafa amoon ay kàddu tiitaange yoo xam ne mu ngi ko jëmale woon ci UNDP ñun daal suñ gis-gis mooy ne jéego yooyu ñu jël nañ ko waxtu wi nga xam ne ci lañ ko war a jëlee ba nga xam ne indiwul benn jafe-jafe ci ñun.
Throughout Jammeh's treatment program, he had sort of sought for validation by sending samples for testing. Did you hear about this?
Yes. Ndax dégg nga ne waxtu bi Jammeh doon di wax ne mu ngi faj nit ñi daf doon di jël deret ñi nga xam ne ñu ngi feebar di ko yónnee ay béréb pour ñuy dem seetlu deret yooyu ci ay béréb yooyu ndax dégg nga yooyu tamit.
li ko waraloon mooy pour mu sàkku pour am luy dëgëral ne faj gi moo faj dëgg la. Please proceed.
Yes, the first we knew of, and I think everybody saw it in the Observer then, was that he first indicated that, or their team, or his team indicated that the tests monitoring of the treatment was being done by Professor Suleiman Boub.
nga xam ne noonu lañ ko gisee noonu la ko ñu bari gisee ci kayiti xibaar yi Observer bi mooy bi nga xam ne mooy ne gëstu yi nga xam ne ñu ngi ko ci doon def ki ko doon def mooy ku ñëw wax Professor Suleiman Boub.
And just I think a week or two after that statement, Professor Boub wrote a letter back.
Gannaaw ay bésu ay gannaaw bu mu feeñalee kàddu yooyu rek Professor Boub ci la dal di bindaat letter.
Clarifying that he never was approached to monitor the treatment. What happened was that somebody from the RVTH lab went to visit them with samples.
Moom li mu wax mooy ne daal mbiri seet loolu nga xam ne moo di deret yooyu ñu yónnee woon pour ñu test ko moom nekkut ne moom moo ko doon jiite di ko toppatoo li xew mooy ne dafa am ay sample yoo xam ne kuy liggéey ci lopitaan mu mag bi ci Banjul yóbbu woon na ko fa.
And the person said he wanted to be trained.
te kooku li mu waxoon mooy ne dafa ñëw pour ñu jàngal ko.
And that was it. And he never tested any sample or monitored anything. When he produced that letter, it was in the media, I think, and suddenly there was, I think, if we go to the archives of Observer, you will see that Dr. Sujata was then the editor, if I recall, because he wrote an editorial, trying to castigate Suleiman for saying that. And I very much recall that, that time about that.
Bi nga xamee ne xibaar bi nag tasaaroo na ci wàllu xibaar kayiti xibaar yi xam naa ne ku dem seet ci li nga xam ne mooy kayiti xibaar Observer di nga ko fa gis ndaxte jamono jooju Sadia Tall moo fa jiite woon moom nag bi leetal bi eggee ci moom rek li mu doon def mooy ne pour ŋàñña ki nga xam ne moo di Professor Suleiman Boub ci kàddu yooyu nga xam ne moom la wax.
Yeah, accusing him of dishonesty, etc., etc. So that what does that indicate? It indicated that there was no framework to really evaluate the presidential treatment if you have those kind of conflicting statements. That's what it shows. To any intelligent person, there was no framework.
façon kàddu ute yooyu sax moom firndeel na ni président bi fajam boobu mu doon def jaarale wuñ ko woon ci anam yoon yu jaadu yoo xam ne foofu la war a jaar.
Because immediately after that incident, when Professor Boub refuted it, they came up and said they are now doing their validation and monitoring tests by, I think, either Morocco and one of the Arab countries, or Tunisia. Egypt.
Yeah,
one of the labs in Egypt, I think, they mentioned the lab, I can't remember, but this was in the papers. That's all what I knew about their monitoring system.
Professor Mbub nag gannaaw bu mu weddee kàddu yooyu nag ñu ne nag ci la ñoo dal di soppali nag léegi duñ yónneeti sample yi foofu ci Sénégal waaye dañ ko yóbbu ci lab boo xam ne mu nga nekk ca réewu Egypte.
And I'm saying this because I know Professor Mbub very well. He's a very close friend of mine, and he was the one I was working with very closely when I moved to St. George University.
So gisee ma wax lii nag moom professeur Souleymane Mbub moomu dama xamante moom lool maa ngi doon liggéey moom bu baax jamono ji nga xamee ne maa ngi demoon di liggéey ci Cheikh Anta Diop University.
In a sense, Souleymane Mbub claims that the statements made by the Jammeh treatment program that their samples were tested in his lab was false.
Kàddu yi Jammeh waxoon ne ñi nga xam ne ñu ngi feebar di jël seen deret fii ne professeur Souleymane Mbub mooy seetlu deret yooyu ci laabam bi foofu ay wax la yoo xam ne daal du dëgga.
Your answer, please?
Yes, that's true.
Waaw loolu la de du dëgga moom.
In a sense, Jammeh's claim that those samples show that people were cured was also false.
Mu ngi mel ni li Jammeh wax ne sample yooyu yi ñëw ni Sénégal test leen wane na ne ñooñu am faj nañ leen so mu ngi mel ni loolu tam du dëgga.
Yes, and why it's even obvious that it was false. If you say you've cured HIV based on increased CD4 count and suppressed viral load, plasma viral load, that is not cure. You need to do proviral DNA test to eliminate the presence of the virus in the cells.
Moom fi mu ko sukkandiku woon fi mu wéeru woon ne lu ngi leen doon faj mooy ne li nga xam ne moo di li ñu wax CD4 count bi ekkatiku na te li nga xam ne mooy viral load bi wàcc na moom fa la ko wéeroon te loolu moom nekkut foo xam ne fa la ñu mun a sukkandiku pour mun a wone ne feebar bi faj nañ ko.
But even if you were to take his claims at its best, it means that the patients would have had a healthy life, wouldn't it?
Even moom si kàddoom yooyu soo leen di jël sax dafa war a nekk ci.
Let me take it again.
Okay.
Even if you take his claims at its best, at its highest, it means that those patients concerned would have been living a good and healthy life at that time.
Exactly.
mu mel ni moom waxam yooyu kàddoom yooyu soo ko jël kon nag ñu feebar ñooñu dafa war a fekka ñu ngi dunda dundin bu wér dundin bu set fekk tamit seen wér gu yaram mu ngi baax te fekk ñu ngi am seen boppa.
Exactly.
But these are the same people who ran back to your program, isn't it?
Let's be categorical. Some of them, some retained, some stayed, and whatever the consequences, of course, I'm sure some of them died, but some of them came back.
Lawyer bu ne ko terewut nag ñi nga xam ne ñoo demoon ca fajum boobu dawaan nañ dellu siwaat ci seen faj gi yéen waaye nag mu ne ko du ñëpp de am na ñoo xam ne dellu si nañ waaye am na ñu fa desoon.
From the experiences you've had with the treatment of HIV/AIDS in Gambia, have you seen any single individual who is cured?
Ci sa gis-gis ak xam-xam ci faj bi amoon si réew mi fii ndax amoon na benn nit koo xam ne taxaw na wax na ne moom fu mu nekk nii faj nañ ko ba mu wér ci feebar HIV/AIDS.
I wish I had, because I'll be nominated a Nobel laureate.
loolu de bu ma ko amoon dina ma neex torop ndaxte nañ ma jox teraanga bu rëy boo xam ne teraanga àddina si laa doon.
Have you ever seen any single individual who is not taking antiretrovirals and it's okay and healthy with HIV?
Yes.
ndax mus nga gis tamit benn nit koo xam ne nekkul di jël garabi tubaab yi ci mbiri HIV/AIDS waaye nag mbiram a ngi baax mu ngi ci wérgu yaram.
I mean someone from stage 3 and stage 4.
Okay. No. But the first question, yes, because that was why I wanted to make a good distinction between HIV-2 and HIV-1.
waaw li ma njëkk a laaj nag ne ndax gis naa kenn koo xam ne jëlul antiretroviral te mu ngi wér mun naa wax ne waaw ndaxte dama bëgg a ràññaale nag li nga xam ne mooy uute bi nekkati diggante ñaari HIV yi HIV-1 ak HIV-2.
But treatment generally starts when you are in stage 3, stage 4.
waaye nag faju bi moom fañ ko dee commencé mooy soo tolloo fi nga xam ne mooy stage 3 ak stage 4.
At that time,
jamono boobu.
that's what happened, but it changed by WHO changed the guidelines.
jamono boobu loolu moo doon xew nag waaye mbootaay wér-gu-yarami àddina si WHO dañ ko soppali.
In 2018.
ci atum 2018.
No, sorry, I think 2015. When they changed that, say that everybody, no matter what your CD4 count, will have to be treated.
jamono jooju nag ci lañ soppali mbir yi ne képp koo xam ne am nga doomi jàngoro ji moo xam fu sa CD4 count bi tollu da nga war a faju.
Yeah, so that would have meant treating people who are not affected like HIV-2 people. You would then tend to think that they are recovered or they are cured, but these were people who, by and large, had a good coexistence with the virus. So we argued, scientifically we argued that this was not necessary, but I think to streamline treatment, they had to include all.
addu WHO boobu nag tax na ba ñenn ñi boo leen gisee da ngaa foog ne wér nañ torop ñun nag amoon na ay werante yuñ ci def ci suñu wàlli xam-xami xarala waaye daal lii mooy li nga xam ne moo xewoon ci diggante ñaari ñooñu nga xam ne ñoo amee doomi jàngoro HIV-1 ak HIV-2.
What is the view of the international science community about Jammeh's claim?
loolu mooy gis-gis ay kilifa ñi nga xam ne ñu ngi nekk diggante réew ak réew ci ñi nga xam ne borom xam-xam lañ ci Jammeh li mu wax ne moom mun naa faj HIV/AIDS.
I'm laughing because it used to be a very embarrassing problem for me who normally travels a lot for HIV conferences.
Kàddu gi daf ma reeloo sax ndaxte li gàcce la sax ci ñun ñi nga xam ne ñoo daan tukki di teewe ay ndaje yu mag yoo xam ne ñu ci daan waxtaanee mbiri HIV/AIDS.
I remember each time I made a presentation in this international forum, they would jokingly say, "Why bother yourself with this research?" And of course, that's sarcastic, and I knew it, but it was a joke, and that was how people just took it.
dama fàttaliku nag saa yu ñu demaan ci ndaje yu mag yi ba nga xam ne maa ngi faa gaaral suma kàddu léegi-léegi ñu tooñ ma nag ne ma yow sax lana tax ngay sonal sa boppa ci gëstu yi nga xam ne yëpp yaa ngi koo def waaye dañ ma ci doon tooñaale nag.
So that's it. That sums up how he was seen by international community.
loolu moom leeral na naka la ko askan wi nekk ci biti daan gisee.
It was seen as bogus.
Yes, it was.
It
was seen as false. It was seen as exploitation of the vulnerabilities of people in dire need. He was seen as a quack and a charlatan. You agree with that?
Yes, I do.
It was criminal. It was a fraud. You agree with all that?
I do agree, absolutely. It was criminal in the sense that people who were not supposed to die, died.
And that's
the sad part of it all.
And actually nga wax lool ndaxte lii mbir la boo xam ne am na ci ñu ci ñàkk seen bakkante waruñu woon a dee loolu sax moo ci gën a daw yaram.
People's hopes were also dashed.
ngi mel ne ñi nga xam ne dañ amoon yaakaar tas na seen yaakaar.
This should not have happened, especially at the time when there were effective treatments for HIV/AIDS.
lii warutoon a am surtout waxtu boobu am na ay garab yi nga xam ne mu ngi doon di dimbale ñi feebar ñi bu baax a baax a baax.
And would you agree that the biggest shock is that this came from the father of the nation?
li ci gën a bon mooy lii mu ngi njëkk bàyyeekoo ci koo xam ne mooy njiiti réew mi.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Dr. J.
Jërëjëf Dr. J.
I have no further questions.
amatuma dara loo xam ne dinaa la ko laajaat.
I hand over to the chair.
jébal na waxtaan bi yëpp ci loxo borom toogu bi ci commission bi.
For any questions they may have.
képp koo xam ne tamit ci commission yi bëgg nañ laa laaj mën nañ laa laaj.
Thank you very much, Mr.
jërëjëf Mr. J.
Thank you very much, Chairman Council, and thank you, Dr. J, for coming to testify before the Commission.
jërëjëf Council jërëjëf Dr. J li nga ñëw pour joxe sa seede fii ci kanami commission bi.
Commissioners, if you have any questions, please indicate. Commissioner Carr, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Dr. J, for your presentation. I have one simple question.
jërëjëf Dr. J pour li nga waxtaanee fii tey benn laajte laa am.
From your presentation,
ci sa waxtaan bi nga def fii tey.
you made it clear that the country has lost a lot.
seetal nga ne réew mi ñàkk na ci lu bëri.
From moving your work from the Gambia to Senegal.
bi nga jëlee sa liggéey bi fii yóbbu ko Sénégal.
I want to know how can we revive that back to make sure that Gambians continue to benefit from the work that was done by you and your colleagues.
dama bëgg a xam loolu naka lañ ko iseewaat jógal ko taxawal ko dundal ko pour waa réew mi mun a am njëriñ ci sa liggéey boobu.
That's a good question. Whether it's possible, yes. Whether it can easily be done, no. The reason is.
loolu laajte bu am solo la ndax dina mun a am waaw waaye ndax dina yomb nag pour mu am déedéet.
The reason is that setting up an organized cohort to really manage and follow up and monitor. I'm sure even those currently trying to do it, perhaps will not do it as effectively as MRC was doing, requires huge resource of funding.
mun naa jafe ndaxte pour ootewaat mbooloo moo xam ne ñu boole seen bopp la taxawaay yu dëgër pour di topp mbir yi di ko seetluwaat dafa laaj nag lu bari.
And those who give funding,
ñi nga xam ne ñoo dee dugal seen dépense ci lii.
both research and healthcare,
ci wàlli gëstu ak ci wàlli faj.
they build trust and confidence.
ñoom dafa fekk nag ñu taxawal ñoo xam ne dañ leen di óolu yaakaar leen.
So if there is a disrupted platform completely,
su fekkee ne am na taxawaay boo xam ne moom yàqu na ba pare.
resuscitate that platform becomes very difficult because the trust is not there. They may think anything could happen again after all the financial resources that they've had. So it's
dina jafe ndax kóolute bi moo ci du nekkati gannaaw jafe-jafe yi nga xam ne am nañ ko ba pare ci wàlli dépense bi.
Now the intervention network research that I started in Dakar, I personally was the one who wrote this funding proposal to the Canadian IDRC, that's Global Health Initiative.
Man ci suma bopp nag ci li nga xam ne moo di taxawaay yi nga xam ne maa ngi ko jël ci wàllu dépasse yi nga xam ne ñu nga nekk ci réewi Canada ñu di leen wax RDRC.
And they gave us about $4 million for 3 years to really start it all off. $4 million just to start the whole platform.
joxoon nañ ñu ñeneenti million pour ñu commencé waat rek mbir yi dooraat ko.
And
ay dollar.
And that was how we developed it and brought in other funding to continue that. So restarting that similar thing again in the Gambia, it may be difficult, very difficult.
Noonu lañ ko dooree commencé.
I hope I have answered your question.
Noonu lañ ko dooree commencé ko ba mun a sàkkuwaat yeneen i dépasse yeneen i mbootaay lu mel noonu nag pour commencé waat ko loolu de dina jafe xaw ma nag tontu naa sa laajte bi.
It may be difficult, but perhaps with commitment it can be done. My second question is
mun naa jafe waaye nag mun nañ ko seet ndax mun nañ ci mun naa amaat waaye am naa beneen laajte.
As you can see on the wall, one of our slogans is never again.
Comme ni nga ko gisee ñu ngi ko binda ci maraaj bi kenn ci suñu kàddu yi nga xam ne ñu ngi ko taxawal mooy waruta amaat.
And as part of our work,
we
have been mandated to ensure that there will not be a reoccurrence of what happened here. As a scientist, what would be your recommendation ensure that we do not have such a thing happening in this country again? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's a very difficult question, and the reason why I say it's difficult is because the person who started this and who made this happen is not an ordinary citizen. It's not an ordinary person. Tontu bu jafe laa doon ndaxte mbir yëpp ki nga xam ne moo ko commencé woon du nit neen rek da wéet ko tuuti. And occasionally perhaps Africa do get experiences of this kind of people to lead them. But you have an your question is underlined by one important factor, and that is, I believe, Africa, I believe in what my Quran says. It said that the way people are is reflected by the kind of leader they get. What does that mean? Ci li nga xamne mom la janga ci alquran bi moy nit ki nit ñi ni ñu mel dafa des na ci li nga xamne non lañ leen jité. What actually to really look at the insight of that meaning means that Gambia is about time to go back and have an introspection, and that's everybody. To introspection to really look at our virtues, our integrity and honesty. Lolu nak lim tekki moy ñun wa rewi Gambia dañ wara togaat sétat suñ boppa sét ni nga xamné moy suñ mahama suñ hikma fi nga xamné fofu la tollu ñu sétlu wat ko. My view is that we've lost that virtue, but it's amplified by the actions of Yaya Jammeh. And that virtue is now still lost in people in the Gambia. We are losing the virtue, the honesty and integrity in the general population at large. And it's about time Gambia accepts that. If we don't, this country is going to be in trouble. Why I said that Yaya alone was not the person doing it. He was being abetted and aided by people.
te tollu nañ foo xam ne nag loolu war nañ koo seetaat bu baax a baax li tax ma wax ko mooy ne Yaya Jammeh kenn rek nekkutoon di jëf-jëf yooyu de am na ñeneen ñoo xam ne ñu ngi ci gannaawam doon ko jàppale.
So this is what I can answer about it. I'm not sure really in the wider context of this I can really give a recommendation really.
man nag lii laa ci mën a tontu ndaxte mbir yi daal amul dara loo xam ne mën naa ko jox mu nekk suma xalaat loo xam ne dinañ ci mën a sukkandiku.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. You have the floor, followed by MMC. And Imam Jallow and Commissioner Jones.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jay. That has been a very interesting morning.
jërëjëf Dr. Jay waxtaan am solo la tey ci suba.
My question is related to the viral load testing.
suma laajte bi muy aju ci doomu jàngoro bi ci lim de tollu ci yaram nit ki suñ ko seetlu.
If I understand your testimony well, you said viral load testing was being done with your cohort of patients.
xam naa li nga waxoon xam naa ko pour seetlu doomu jàngoro gi fi mu toll ci nit ki yéen ko doon di def fii di ko seetlu.
But I believe I was also made to understand that this facility did not exist in the Gambia.
waaye ci wax bi léegi gëm naa mu mel ni pour seetlu façon boobu amatul ci réew mi.
No, in the beginning of the whole treatment, we are the only ones in MRC who did it. Eventually, and I can't give the specific date when we transfer the technology to the labs at RWTH.
waaye jamono boobu ñun rek ñoo ñi nga xam ne ñoo ko amoon waaye nag mën naa laa wax bés ak jamono waxtu wa nga xam ne ci lañ toxal mbir yi nag ca lab ba nga xam ne moo nekk ci lopitaan bu mag bi ci Banjul.
Yeah, by the time I think the national lab was being completed and some of the part of that lab remain still at RWTH.
jamono ji nga xamee ne pare woon nañ lab boobu nag ba nga xam ne yenn ci yooyu desoon na foofu ci lopitaan bu mag bi ci Banjul.
We train people to do that type of molecular test.
moon na ay nit ñoo xam ne jàngal nañ leen pour ñu def façon seet boobu noonu.
How they were doing it and the competence and how they were doing it, I don't really know, I must be honest.
niñ ko doon defee nag ak seen mun-mun ci wàllu jëfin bi loolu nag moom xaw ma ko des ma diggante
and whether they maintain doing that testing, I don't know, because it was quite an expensive thing to do, but the money wasn't a problem because Global Fund was ready to do that. And there was a stage also when Global Fund recommended that viral load must be done, plasma viral load testing must be done.
xaw ma na naka lañ ko doon defee jafe-jafe yi nga xam ne moom lañ ci doon am waaye nga xam naa jafe-jafe bu mu mënoon a am daal du doon mbiri dépasse bi ndaxte Global Fund ñoom ñooy ñi nga xam ne ñoo ko doon dépasse pour ñu doxal ko fii ci biir réew mi.
But I must clarify that the plasma viral load test, which is easier to do, is different from proviral DNA, and proviral is really knowing from the cells whether the virus is still existing or not. That I'm sure they're not doing. They didn't have that capability to do. But
waaw xam naa ne li ñoo wax viral load mooy seet nga xam ne doomu jàngoro bi noonu la toll dafa utee nag ak leneen li nga xam ne loolu la wax noonu foog naa loolu làkki docteur la waaye nag dafa utee ci li nga xam ne noonu lañ ko doon defee.
Okay, let me just, because if the technology was in place and people were trained, why was it necessary to take samples abroad to determine the viral load?
No, it depends. Xam-xam bi am na fi te gëstu bi mën nañ ko fee defee. Lu tax léegi nag ñuy jël ay dereti nit sample yi di leen yónnee bitim réew.
Well, in the beginning they didn't have. So in the beginning of the treatment procedure, RWTH did not have it.
They didn't even have CD4 count machine. We, MRC, eventually donated a CD4 count machine.
Waaye ca ndoorte ba nag moom biñ commencé woon faj bi lopitaan bu mag bi ci Banjul amuñ ko woon de ñun waa MRC ñun ñooy ñi nga xam ne ñoo leen dimbale woon ci machine bi.
I mean, this ability for them to do it, capacity, was later down the line.
ngir ñu mënoon koo def nag ñu ko waroon defee loolu gannaaw de ci lañ ko soog a commencé.
Very much.
Thank you. Imam C, you have a floor, please.
Dr. Gay, my thanks to you, Dr. Gay. I'm still extending my sincere thanks to you for the good job you've been doing for the nation. The stand you took up to the point we are today, and the clarification you made here, which is very clear, what I'm asking about at this present moment is that this disease, is it on the increase or is it on the decrease inside the country here? Those having treatment in the country here, are you still with them, treating them, or what is the situation?
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. The first part of the question is whether the infection is increasing or decreasing. As I said earlier on, the success in the treatment of HIV has now made it possible to an extent when to transmit it becomes now difficult. And that is the reason why the prevalence is reducing, because the incidence is reducing. That notwithstanding, if a country doesn't have a good treatment program, there will certainly be others who would not access this treatment, and they will continue to have high virus in their blood, and they will be able to do the transmission. And this is what every country has to avoid. Specifically for Gambia, I think the National AIDS Secretariat, they do every year a national survey to look at whether it's going up or down. And I think Gambia still have a low incidence and prevalence because of the treatment and the way we organize the transfer of this care to hands-on care and to heritage. So, thank God, I think we had some people who are still committed to continue that effort. Yeah, but to get the real data, perhaps I will need to go to National AIDS Secretariat to really get their latest data. I must be honest, I haven't got the latest data, but I have the impression that it's really decreasing. Well, the second question is, can't remember. Can anybody remember?
So okay. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Imam Jallo, you have the floor, please.
Dr. J, first of all, I congratulate you for your personal achievements, Dr. The group, in the tasks you had undertaken concerning this disease.
Sinjil bendi mangla santa dilan yu tamit yoya ak ñinga andal ci liggéey bi ci taxaway bi ngeen taxaw ak ci walu liggéey bi ci biir réew mi.
You people have put in a lot of funds and actions to ensure that you treated people and got them back on their feet.
Yeen def ngeen liggéey bu baax dugal ngeen ci alal bu bari ak ay jëf yoo xam ne jëf yu baax lañ ba dimbali ay nit ñu mun a taxaw ci ko seen ñaari tànka continuer seen dunda si réew mi.
Like many other such actions, in the end, few people have decided on their own to destroy it and discredit everybody.
waaye nag ci kaw loolu am na ay nit ñu ñoo xam ne dañu jóg ne pour dañoo yàqa loolu dugal ci seen loxo yàqa mbir mi yépp.
Particularly our leaders and our heads of state in Africa.
Surtout suñ jiit yi ak njiiti réew yi nga xam ne ñu ngi biir Africa fii.
My question is now,
ma laajte bi léegi mooy,
what could the WHO done to stop Yaya Jammeh from this mad activity of recklessly killing Gambians unnecessarily?
lan la WHO mënoon a def pour tere Yaya Jammeh mbiri dof yi mu doon di def di rëy waa réew mi ak yeneen jëf yu bon yi mu teg waa réew mi.
Could they have stopped him or not?
ndax ñooñu mënoon nañ koo tere def li mu doon di def ndax mënuñ koo tere.
Thank you.
jërëjëf.
Thank you, Imam Jallo.
Jërëjëf Imam Jallo.
It's a difficult question for me to answer. I'll tell you why. But before that, I'm happy that you're sitting here to do a job because Imam Jallo was my literature teacher at Hermitage. He imparted some really good knowledge on me. Yes, no, I do not think WHO would have been able to influence him to change, knowing the nature of the president we had. He was a personality who would want to challenge any international, viewpoint. He's somebody we knew. He loved challenging international viewpoints.
nit la woon koo xam ne ñun ñëpp xamoon nañ ne li nga xam ne moo di gis-gisi mbootaay yi nga xam ne ñooy mbootaay bitim réew yi daf daan bugg a jamono bu ci nekk rek di jànkuwante ak ñoom.
But not only that, to impress some people, not in the Gambia, but everybody, that he has some extraordinary powers. And I think for that kind of a leader is, you cannot influence him to change.
Du waa Gambia rek de waaye moo nekkoon na nit koo xam ne daf daan bugg a wone dooleem ci képp koo xam ne jokkoo na ak yow moo taxoon nag ba dina doon jafe nag pour wecci xelam ci loolu.
We have to remember that there was one president also in Africa, the South African President Mbeki, who denounced treatment internationally.
amoon na koo xam ne tam njiiti réew la woon ca South Africa Mbeki moom itamit mu doon ñaañ mbiri weddi li nga xam ne moo di mbiri faj yi nii.
And it impacted a lot of negative consequences for the patients.
te loolu indi woon na jafe-jafe nag ci ñi nga xam ne ñoo amee woon feebar bi ci South Africa.
But later on he conceded when there was a pressure on him by the international community.
waaye gannaaw loolu nag mu dal di wàcce gannaaw boo xamee ne mbootaay bitim réew yi ñëpp forcé nañ ko wala teg nañ ay kàddu ci ko mu dal di wàcce.
And the treatment framework continued, but that wasn't the type we had, and so I don't think international influence would have changed his attitude. It was unfortunate we had this experience, but That's what I can answer.
waaye nag dafa ute nag ak ñun day njiiti réew mañ amoon jamono boobu waaw daw na yaram nag ne mbir yi daal demee na woon na noonu.
Thank you. I don't think the WHO would have sent a referral to the Security Council and asked the Council to impose sanctions on Jammeh here in the Gambia. His situation was addressed the very day or next morning when he declared Fazai, the UNDP resident representative here, persona non grata, and it really got a difficult reaction within the United Nations. I was sitting with the Secretary General that very morning, and what he had wanted to do at some point was perhaps to close the entire program of the United Nations here in the Gambia because of that. But he had to, he backed down a little bit and said he didn't want to punish the entire Gambian population, action that perhaps the Gambian people were not aware of, certainly not party to at all. But anyway, that did not work, and in the end, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon just issued a statement condemning the expulsion of our representative here at that time.
Right.
Commissioner Jones, you have the floor, please. I'll come to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. J, for your very detailed testimony here this morning. I have a question regarding the readmission of patients into the treatment program at the MRC.
Yes.
Translation, please.
Sorry, can you repeat it? I was distracted.
Okay. I have a question regarding the readmission of the patients at the MRC treatment program. Some of the witnesses that we had here narrated or told the commission that when they took the alternative treatment, it led to a lot of vomiting for them.
am na seede yoo xam ne joxe nañ fi seeni kàddu ñoo wane nañ ne bi nga xam ne demoon nañ faju ji ci faju président Jammeh boobu dafa am ay wëccu yoo xam ne sonaloon na leen loolu.
I would like to know, when the patients were readmitted at MRC, did you take samples to determine the composition of the drugs that were administered to them during the treatment they received at the alternative treatment center?
ma xamoon na ndax biñ dellu si waatee foofu ci MRC jëloon ngeen seen deret pour seet ko pour xam façon yi faj garab yi nga xam ne moom lañ leen doon jox foofu ca faji président Jammeh bi.
And if so, what are some of the findings you could share with us, or if anything, what impact those drugs could have had on them or might have had on them?
su dee defoon ngeen ko nag lan nga gëstu bi wone wala boog sax bu dee dundoolu feebar garab yooyu ñu doon naan yan jafe-jafe la leen indil ci seen yaram.
That's a good question. The answer is no, we did not. We did not. The reason is because we do not, at MRC, we specialize in infectious diseases, so we do not have a pharmacology analysis section or toxicity or toxicology analysis section.
waaw loolu laajte bu am solo la waaye nag li ma laajte tontu rek mooy déedéet defuñ ko woon ndaxte amul woon béréb boo xam ne amoon nañ ay jumtuwaay yoo xam ne dinañ ko fa mën a defee.
That's number one. Number two is because we were more interested in clinically saving the patient than really investigating what they had taken.
ñun nag li nga xam ne daal ñun moo ñu itteeloon mooy ñu sowe ñi nga xam ne ñoo fa bàyyeekoo woon di ñëw dellusiwaat ci ñun ñu leen a mun a dimbalee lu dul nag rek ñu toog di toppadi seet yan façon garab lañ fa doon.
Yeah, because that's where our expertise is, to look at the patient and see the status of, or the stage at which he or she is in terms of the infection and treat as much as we can.
ndaxte ñun loolu suñu wàllu liggéey loolu la laajoon jamono boobu pour seet ki nga xam ne moo feebar ñu seet feebar bi fan la toll ci moom seet naka lañ koo mën a dimbalee.
But you raise a very important question about vomiting.
waaye li nga laajte noonu ci mbiri wàccu bi nag am na solo.
Because any doctor who has undergone any training will know the basic fact that any medicine, whether it comes from herbs or it comes from chemical compositions, is poison. That's the first basic lesson you will be taught in pharmacology.
ndaxte képp koo xam ne yow docteur nga te jàng nga di nga war a xam ute bi nga xam ne moo nekk ci diggante garab yi nit ñi mu di reen yi ak xob yi ak li nga xam ne moo di garab yi tubaab bi nga xam ne moom la ñu jël.
Why that particular herb or that particular chemical will become medicine and not poison?
ca njëlbeen dafa mel ni dafa nekk xompaay waaye nag lan moo tax ba bu egsee ci wàlli faj bi mu doon garab ute mu doon xompaay.
It goes through various experiments and trials.
li ko waral mooy nag dafa am ci yoon yu bari yoo xam ne foofu lañ koo jaarale pour gëstu ko pour seetlu ko bu baax a baax.
For you to know the dose that it will not be a poison.
ndax nga mun a xam appa bi ak lim bi nga xam ne moom la ci nit ki jël ba du mun a doon xompaay ci yaramam bi.
But also to know how effective it is with that dose.
pour nga mun a xam tamit tolluwaayu garab gi ni mu koo jëlee naka laa mun a baaxee ci moom.
That's how drugs become developed.
noonu nag la ñu fexee ba amal garab ci li ko jëfooyee.
What you said about vomiting is a testimony that what they are taking is a poison.
li nga
has not been properly analyzed.
li nga wax nag ci mbiri wàccu wi loolu moo tekki ne garab bi nga xam ne moom lañ doon naan benn tey dafa nekkoon loo xam ne mu ngi toll ci anam yoo xam ne xompaay la woon.
So, and vomiting is not one of the signs of HIV. It's not, even if you go to the WHO guideline, at stage 3-4 you will not see vomiting there.
te wàccu moom musuta bokk ci li nga xam ne moo di mandargaay HIV ndaxte boo ko seetloo sax ci wàllu WHO foofu amul fenn ci seen téere yi fooy mun a gisee ne ku am doomi jàngoro HIV mandargaay wàccu bokk na ci.
If any doctor says the vomiting is part of the HIV symptoms, that's refuted. That's not true.
So beneen docteur boo xam ne nag taxaw na pour wax ne wàccu bokk na ci mandargaay HIV loolu du dëgg.
Yeah. So that's where I think that's how I can answer it. So in any treatment that you really would get a patient to vomit vigorously, then something is wrong with the treatment.
ak boo gisee nag ki nga xam ne mu ngi faju ñu jox ko garab mu naan ko commencé di wàccu bon nag am na lu xew ci faj boobu noonu.
Thank you, Commissioner Kindi.
Hello, good afternoon, Dr. Jay.
Dr. Jay, maa ngi laa nuyu.
Thank you very much for your knowledgeable deliberations.
jërëjëf ci sa xam-xam yi nga xam ne feeñal nga ko ci kàddu yi nga fi gaaral.
First part of my question will be a follow-up to the Vice Chair's question, Adelaide.
li ma laa laaj maa ngi koo toftal ci li nga xam ne moom la fi Vice Chair Adelaide laajte woon.
Regarding the viral load counting.
lu aju ci ni nga xam ne noonu la ñu seetee doomi jàngoro bi.
You told us before you left you had trained some people on the technology.
wax nga ñu ne balaa nga fee bàyyeekoo am na ay nit ñoo xam ne jàngal ngeen leen niñ koo defee.
My first question is, does this technology had to go with a facility that was lacking or not?
ndax loolu nga xam ne moom ngeen leen jàngaloon dafa war a ànd ak jumtuwaay yoo xam ne ñu ko waroon a am fii te amuñ ko.
Yes, they need a PCR machine, what they call PCR machine.
waaw ndaxte ñu ngi soxla woon machine bi ñoo wax PCR.
And then we provided.
te loolu joxoon nañ leen ko.
So it is indicating that you imparted both the knowledge and the facility to the Gambian system.
Yes.
kon dafa mel ni balaa nga doon dem dugal nga xam-xam ak jumtuwaay boo xam ne war nañ koo mun a jëfoo fii ci réewi Gambia.
Yes. What is your understanding or presumption of the loss of these facilities? Because what we've learned from some of the testimonies is that it's not existing in the Gambia. So these are contradictory points I wanted to have.
That the viral load is not currently existing.
Yes, they said it's not in the Gambia.
I wouldn't know why, because as I said in 2008, 2010-11, I had to relocate to Senegal. So really I don't know what happened, but I distinctly remember when we were transferring and funding the building of the HIV care at RBTH, these were a list of things that we thought we should provide, and that is a CD4 count machine and a PCR machine. I'm surprised to say it's not there because I know that there was a PCR machine and the national lab should still have that machine.
How man ak lana xewde na amon na jamono jo xamne atum 2007 man baye ko won na fi waye xamna ni jëlon nañ dépasse bo xamne defon nañ ko ci fa nga xamé ni fofu lañu topatoye borom doomi jangoro HIV ci l'hôpital bu mag bi ci Banjul joxon nañ leen machine pour CD4 count joxon nañ leen li ñu wax PCR machine bi loolu lepp joxon nañ leen ko waye
Anyway, I'm sure you will appreciate the fact that the Gambia had lost a lot of valuable human resource over the period.
Exactly, exactly.
And so, in that case, in the event that we have lost that part of it that you have imparted in terms of the knowledge and so on, does MRC readily have, like on the ground now, the ability, or if they don't, do they help us the will to be able to retrain our people with the assurance that the facilities are here so that it can be useful to Gambia?
Okay, you want to...
Legi dinga and ak man na suma waxe ne amna ay borom xam-xam yu bari yo xamne ñaka nañ leen ci mbir yi ni legi na kon tollu nañ fofu ndax MRC amna yeen taxawaay yo xamne dinañ ko mëna jël pour mëna soxali waat mbir yi ba mel ni nga xamne non la wara mel.
Yeah, that's possible, and it's possible. Why it is possible is because I'm sure you are aware of how MRC has put so much resources to uplift the national lab for coronavirus detection.
MRC taxawaay yi nga xamne jël nañ ko pour ekati waat lab bi nga xamne mo nekk fi ci biir réew mi ci ni nga xamne non la ñoo sété jangoro coronavirus.
As I speak to you today, our molecular biologist scientist is seconded now to National Public Health Lab, giving an oversight to the technology we transfer there for coronavirus.
Jamono ji ma waxe yow ni am na borom xam-xam bo xamne ci walli xam-xame xarala indi nañ ko toxal nañ ko fi ci fi nga xamne moy lab bi nga xamne fofu lañu sété doomi jangoro yi.
Training people and making sure the implementation of the screening testing system is going on.
So ngay jangal ay nit yi pour ñu gis ne ni nga xamne non lañ wara doxale liggéey bi nañ ko doxale non.
So yes, we collaborate with government and we try to, help where we can and meet their needs. So that's possible.
Waaw ñu ngay jokko di andando ak nguur gi pour seet fi nga xamne fofu lañ soxla ndimbal ñu taxawu leen fa lolu mom waaw mën na am.
Dr. Gay, once more, that's one area in your lectures, I would call it lectures, you told us that there is a drug that when applied gives a guarantee, a protection for the transmission of the HIV for a period of 3 months. Aren't you optimistic that this can eventually be developed into a vaccine, one? And two, whether that can be taken into a broader spectrum so that it becomes a more permanent guarantee against the transmission of the disease?
That's a good question. This particular drug apparently recently came out and was tried in Kenya, in East Africa, and Kenya government is trying to adopt it. The reason why is because there is a huge number of sex worker trade in Kenya.
Waaw garab bi ñu ko sétlu nak bu baax ci réewi Kenya ak East Africa garab bu es la liko waral nak moy gis nañ ne jigéen ñu bari ñi nga xamne ñu ngay jaay seen bop bari na trop ci réewi Kenya.
So it's not yet rolled out to other countries because it's just recently, discovered.
Mën na am mu dugg nak ci yeneen réew yi ndax mbir la mo xamne ñu ko soga gis.
But it's not meant that this thing should be done to promote prostitution, no.
But
to see how best you can protect people by and large of a population in a country.
dañ ko def rek pour seet naka la ñu mëna aaré ay nit ñi nga xamné ñoo nekk ci biir réew mi.
So I think with time it will be rolled out. Whether can be a vaccine, no. The drug, that drug is a drug. It's a drug that will wait, that has a capacity to be there for 3 months, and when virus comes, it will just, before the virus enters, it just stops it, or before it integrates, it just stops it. Whereas a vaccine, so I won't go into detail of vaccine, but vaccine is so difficult to produce for HIV. And what you want in a vaccine is to elicit some soldiers to come and be there permanently so that whenever the virus comes, you neutralize it. That's difficult in HIV. Up to today, it's very difficult to find.
Wa pour ma mun la wax ne dina nek lo xamne dañ ko jël melni péngu bo xamne dafa fanka febar bi lolu mom dina jafé ndax té li garab la bo xamne nit ko wara daf ko wara jëfo ci li nga xamne moy vaccine bi ñoo wax ni dafa fanka febar bi nit ki daf ko jëfo pour mu xex ak doomi jangoro ji ba nga xamne du sonal boromam té lolu nak pour amal ko lu jafé la.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. 2 quick questions.
Yes.
Did you at any time have any personal contact with President Jammeh, and you have the opportunity to raise questions about his treatment program?
am laajte bu ma la bëgg a laaj ndax am na benn jamono boo xam ne jokkoo nga ak président Jammeh ba tax sax nga mën a waxtaana moom laaj ko lu aju ci mbiri faj boobu mu doon def HIV.
Maybe you can take the second question with that as well. That's if not with the president, what about your colleagues who were scientists and doctors around him, advising him on the program?
Bu du président bi sax suma ñaareel laajte mooy yeneen docteur yi nga xam ne am nañ xam-xam ci wàlli faj te ñu ngi ko doon jàppale ci wàlli fajam bi ndax amoon nga pour jokkoo ak ñoom waxtaan ñu mbiri faj bi.
That's a very important question, but I must be honest that we've never engaged him into his plan or the institutions of his treatment program. We've never got that opportunity.
Laajte bu am solo nga ma laaj nee na waaye na suma diggante yàlla moom musuma jokkoo ak moom pour mun na waxtaan ak moom lu aju ci mbiri faj boobu nga xam ne mu ngi ko doon def.
Neither him nor the people who were supporting him.
Waxtaanuma ko ak moom waxtaanuma ko tamit ak ñi nga xam ne ñoo ko doon jàppale.
MRC never had the opportunity to do that, and the reason I was in the leadership board then, I remember. I was part and parcel of the leadership board, but we never thought for a moment that we would engage him.
Bokkoon naa ci njiit yi nga xam ne ñoo amee woon doxalini MRC waaye nag ñu suñoo xalaat daal ne daal dañ war a jokkoo ak moom.
And as I said, the castigation and the condemnation he made to the UNDP was very early on, very early on.
te ma wax la ne nag ci njëlbeen ci ndorte ba ci la ŋàññoon ñi nga xam ne ñoo di mbootaay xeet wi.
And as an international organization, if you see that happen,
te loolu boo gisee mu xew.
You have to be, I think leadership demands that you need to be very cautious.
Bon nag njiit yaa dafa laajte ne da nga war a bàyyi sa xel bu baax.
To engage a personality of this nature. I'm sure you understand that.
Pour mun a seqa waxtaan ak nit ku mel.
You work in an international organization. That's the reason. But then.
Dr. Gay, perhaps you could just dilate a little on Jammeh's attempts to collaborate with MRC.
I'm coming to that. That's the second one. I was just coming to that. So, but after the treatment was on, and this was during the time I was in Dakar. The director of MRC called me and said they've received a letter from Jammeh.
Director of MRC daf ma ne nag am na letter buñ jot bu bàyyeekoo ci Jammeh.
And the letter he was suggesting that he would like to collaborate with MRC.
te ca letter ba lim ci wax mooy dafa bugga ak di jokkoo di liggéey ak MRC.
To do a clinical trial on his medicine against asthma and hypertension.
Pour nag ñu seetlu li nga xam ne moo di garabam yi nga xam ne moom la doon jëfoo pour faj li nga xam ne moo di asthma.
And we discussed this and then prepared a response.
ñu waxtaanee nañ ko nag dal di waajal nag li nga xam ne mooy tontu biñ ko war a tontu.
And our decision at that point is that we are not mandated to do clinical trial on herbal medicine that has not been tested at the laboratory level.
liñ nangutoo woon mooy ne ñun suñu liggéey bokkut ci pour ji seet garab yi nga xam ne moo di garab nit yu ñuul yi ci suñu machine yooyu nga xam ne fa la ñoo seetee.
We can only ethically do clinical trial if a drug has undergone certain testing before clinical trial.
niñ ko mën a defee rek
Scientifically, that's what's the convention.
ay garab yoo xam ne dañ koo mën a seetlu balaa moo dugg ci nit ñi pour ñu jëfoo ko loolu mooy suñu liggéey.
And so we wrote a polite letter indicating that our mandate does not include doing research on traditional medicine.
ci lañ dal di tontu rek tontu boo xam ne bu tegginu la won ko daal na ñun suñu wàllu gëstu daal jubluwul ci fànn boobu.
He came back, we got a letter signed by the secretary that the president, does not even want your help. I mean, it was a very rude, short statement.
gannaaw bi nag ci lañ jot leetal boo xam ne daal lu àndut ak yar la won ne daal bu bàyyee ko ci secteur bi dëgg la sax président bi moom soxlawut seen dimbal.
And at that point we were also worried again and say we're going to be in trouble.
gannaaw loolu sax taxoon na ñu jaaxle ne ñun nag jafe-jafe ñëwal nañu.
But we did the right thing and we're sure we did the right thing.
waaye nag ñun óoroon nañu ne liñ def mooy liñ war a def rek te def nañ ko.
Yeah, so it wasn't a surprise that long after all this saga of treatment, the Ebola crisis came, and then we had a new director. The Ebola crisis came, and we were chosen because of the site, the MRC, magnificent international site that MRC has built. They felt we should be a partner in the trial of the vaccine that was discovered for Ebola.
gannaaw loolu nag ci la jàngoro bi ñu wax Ebola ñëw comme que MRC nag ràññee nañ ko bu baax a baax ci wàllu liggéeyam ak tolluwaay bi nga xam ne noonu la tolloo ak bitim réew ñu dal di jël nag pour ñun tamit ñu bokk ci ñi nga xam ne ñoo di seetlu loolu di doomi jàngoro boobu.
So the funders demanded whether we would be happy to be a partner for them to fund a clinical trial.
ñi nga xam ne nag ñoo doon dépasse mbir yi ci lañ sàkku ci ñun ndax bëgg nañoo bokk ci ñi nga xam ne ñoo di seetlu ci wàlli faj gi loolu nga xam ne mooy doomi jàngoro.
We accepted and then we put the proposal before the ethics committee in the Gambia for them to review it and approve.
ci lañ dal di nangu nag dal di jël nag ay xalaat ñun tamit bind ko eggee ko ci comité bi nga xam ne foofu ñoo war a joxe kàddu yu mujj yi.
When it was approved, we made this, I think BBC was the one that announced that Gambia would be part of the clinical trial for the Ebola.
ñoom nag biñ ci nangoo
Mali and another institution.
biñ ci nangoo nag foog naa ci lañ yéebaane nag ci rajo bu mag boobu BBC ne waaw léegi nag Gambia bokk nañ ci ñi nga xam ne ñoo di seetlu mbiri faj boobu ci Ebola.
This was the most bizarre and challenging period of MRC then, because the president took it so badly then why should Ebola be tested on his own people, and decided to close MRC. I think everybody was aware of that. And the letter came and that he's closed, that by December we should close. So the international committee put together heads, and then at that time, we called the former director Tumani Kora, Professor Kora was in London. He called me, and then we put together heads and said, what do we do? We, at that point, gathered, said that, look, the best thing is, let's explain to him what this is all about. Maybe he doesn't understand. So we sought audience
léegi nag ci la borom xam-xam yi nag da di dajaloo tumaani Kora jamono boobu moo fa nekkoon kilifa ci lañ ne daal nañ seet ni nga xam ne dinañ mën a waxtaan ak moom pour xamal ko mbir yi ni nga xam ne noonu laa demee ci lañ daal di sàkku nag pour mën a gisee ak moom.
So he rejected the audience, and then we decided to put together elders.
ci la bañ nag ne duñu bëggut ñoo gis bëggut a gisante ak ñun ci lañ daal di toog nag ne léegi nañ dajale kilifa yi.
So we went, it was really a very hard, painful moment during that time because, none of us could sleep. We went to gather Banjul elders, some Christian leaders, elders, some Muslim elders, to put them together.
jamono bu jafe la woon nag ak ñun de waaye dañ dem mënuñu woon a nelaw sax waaye dañ fexe dajale kilifa yi ci wàllu diine christian ci wàllu islam.
Yeah, to get the delegation and go and meet him to explain to him that the country will lose tremendously if MRC is closed.
ci lañ dal di dajale kilifa yi nag pour mun koo xamal ne réew mi nag dinañ ñàkkal lu bari su fekkee ne MRC tëj nañ ko.
Gambia is known in the scientific community internationally because of MRC.
Gambia boo gisee ñu xam ko ràññee ko ci wàlli xam-xami xarala bitim réew li ko waral mooy MRC bi nga xam ne mu ngi fii ci réew mi.
And the amount of money we bring in terms of pound sterling is huge.
ak it xaalis bi nga xam ne sax moom la ñoo dugal ci réew mi ci xaalisi Angleterre pound sterling xaalis bu bari la.
And we are the second or the third institution that employed more Gambians than any other institution.
ñun nag fii ci biir réew mi ñooy ñaareel bi wala ñetteeli liggéeyukaay boo xam ne ay doomi réewi Gambie yu ci bari yoo xam ne ñoom lañ amee ñu dañu liggéeyal ñu leen a fay.
Not only did we indicate all that, we also indicated for many years, for the past 10 years, what we have helped Gambia government health sector with.
emuñ ci loolu rek ñu xamal ko tamit diine fukki at yi yëpp ak lu ko weesu sax ndimbal bi nga xam ne dimbalee nañ ko réewi Gambia ci wàllu bunti wér-gu-yaram.
So we sent this letter in advance of the delegation meeting him whilst we working with protocol for this delegation to go and meet him.
ñu bind lettre bi nag yónnee ko ko balaa ñoo ànd ak kilifa yi pour mun a jàkkaarloo ak moom.
So I think we were in limbo whether he would accept the delegation or not. But I think the letter to some extent, contributed. But I think the final person who really influenced him to change his mind was then the British High Commissioner, who made extra effort to see him and talk to him.
loolu nag jaaxle woon ne dina nangu wala du nangu wala naka laa gisee lettre bi waaye nag foog naa ne lettre bi daal bi mu ko jàngee mbir yi dugg na ko lool waaye mun nañ cee gërëm tamit koo xam ne moo toogaloon réewi Angleterre fii ci biir réew mi British High Commissioner bi moom am na ay taxawaay yu am solo yoo xam ne jëloon na ko ci pour.
Yeah, and that was how we resolved the situation. And that was the end of our engagement.
waaw noonu daal fa la mbir yi jeexee nag daal.
Sorry, I had to go through all these explanations. I'm not sure. I don't know whether I digress or not, but.
Yes, you did. Thank you very much, indeed. If you have any closing remarks to make, Dr. J, please go ahead and do so now.
On one aspect, I'm happy to acquaint, to be here to acquaint the Commission on really the history and the saga of the HIV treatment here in Gambia.
ci njëlbeen am naa mbégte lool pour teew ci kanami commission bi pour waxal leen li nga xam ne moo di histoire bi ak jafe-jafe yi nga xam ne amoon na ci jamono yi ñoo faj HIV.
Yeah, but I also did it in an aura of sadness.
waaye maa ngi ko defee ci anam yoo xam ne daal anam yi naxar laa ko defee.
Because as I said earlier on, we caught people who were not supposed to die.
ndaxte comme ni ma ko waxee woon rek am na ci ñu ci ñàkk seen bakkan yoo xam ne am na nu mu doon demee waruñoo ñàkk seen bakkan.
They were not supposed to die.
waruñu war a ñàkk seen bakkan.
And I want to commend the TRRC for this, and we hope it will not only be a reconciliation and reconciliation procedure, but also that every government, as I said earlier, will use it as a way of introspection, as a way of really rethinking about what are we as as people.
maa ngi gërëm nag waa KRRC ndaxte amul rek pour boole waat nit ñi waaye mbir la boo xam ne ku ci nekk war naa jël xalaataat ni nga xam ne moom ngaa jëflante ak sa morom.
I believe we are losing virtues in this country.
gëm naa ne nag am na jikko yu bari yoo xam ne ñu ngi koo ñàkk fii ci biir réew mi.
Integrity is quite rare now, and honesty.
li nga xam ne mooy jub ak déggu ñu ngi ko ñàkk fii ci biir réew mi.
And once this is pervasive in a population,
te lii nag bu xasee am ci biir askan wi.
more serious things that happen could happen again.
lu gën a garaaw yi nga xam ne xewoon na mun naa am mu dellusiwaat.
What put people together in a peaceful and productive and happy, cohesive life is dictated not by, money. It's dictated not by. It's not underpinned by positions and power.
pour booloo waat nit ñi ñu nekk ci jàmm nekk ci mbégte ak bànnee doonul loo xam ne rek xaalis moo ko waral wala doole wala place wala maxaama.
It's underpinned by a desire, a patriotism, a desire to see your country grow.
waaye nag mu ngi wéeru rek ci nit ki bugg sa réew ak ni nga xam ne noonu nga buggee sa réew dem.
And for your country to grow, you have to have the passion of commitment.
pour nag sa réew dem kanam foog nga doon koo xam ne dangaa farlu.
And in whatever you do,
ci lépp loo xam ne yaa ngi koo def.
that is qualified by discipline.
loolu dafa war a ànd ak yar ak teggin.
And if the population and the elders do not fail to preach people, to tell them we have a problem, and for people to accept we have a problem.
te nag kilifa yi ak njiit yi buñ des gannaaw na pour xamal nit ñi ne sa dëgg-dëgg am nañ jafe-jafe.
It will continue.
lu ko mooy nag suñ defut loolu dina continuer.
And we may have more serious problems than we have. The reason is this is a very small country.
te mun nañoo am sax jafe-jafe yoo xam ne mu gën a garaawee ñu amoon ndaxte li ko waral mooy réewi Gambia bii réew mu tuuti.
It was a happy and peaceful country. It's no longer that.
réewu jàmm la woon waaye léegi amatut.
And I hope the outcome of all these people will really realize the importance that we as a people are also contributing and having a problem to solve between ourselves.
te yaakaar naa ne jataay yii li nga xam ne moom laa jur dina tax nit ñi gën a mun a xam fi nga xam ne foofu lañ wala tollu wante ku nekk.
So I would like to end it that way anyway, and then thank the Commission, thank my younger brother here for the great job you are doing, and I pray that Allah protects us, and hopefully this is all going to be a very productive and fruitful outcome for the whole population. Thank you very much.
foofu laa ko bugg a emale nag ma di leen gërëm yéen ñëpp gërëmaale suma doomi ndey bii di Essa ci liggéey bu am solo bi nga xam ne yéen a ngi koo def te yaakaar naa ne nag jamono ja seen liggéey bi jeexee dina doon loo xam ne dina jëriñ réew mi yëpp jërëjëf.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Jay, for coming to testify before the Commission, as I mentioned earlier.
jërëjëf Dr. Jay ci li nga nangoo ñëw teew ci kanami commission bi gaaral fi sa ay kàddu.
It was a very good testimony that you have given, and I'm very proud that you had gone out and served the world, not just the Gambia, in the way that you did, with a very impressive background that you have.
te nag ñu ngi wane suñ mbégte ak suñ puugaréew boo xam ne ñu ngi ko kontaan ci yow ci li nga xam ne teewalee nga réewi Gambia bitim réew ak ci anam yi nga xam ne noonu nga ko teewee.
I would make one remark, but without the hat of a chair of the TRRC, otherwise I'll be in trouble if I say that I'm very, very happy that, as an ex-Hermitage boy, that you've flown the Hermitage flag very, very high around the world, and I hope you were from Sunda Skunda.
maa ngi la woon ne am naa kontaante lool ci yow comme que ñun ñëpp waa Amiteej lañ indi nga pugare ak tiitar bu rëy ci képp koo xam ne jaar nga Amiteej.
Amiteej is the best high school in the world.
Amiteej mooy high school bi gën ci àddina si.
Again, thank you very much for coming to testify.
Thank you.
And, that brings us to the end of your testimony. Council, we have a witness lined up for the afternoon.
Mr. Chair, no more witnesses for today. In fact, we should have ended at 1:30. And take an afternoon session from 2:30 to 4. Well, we've already consumed that time by ending at 2:30.
Well,
thank you very much.
If you have a witness lined up, we'll go until 8 p.m.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you very much, but we push it till tomorrow.
Thank you.
Tomorrow is another day.
Splendid. Yeah, thank you all very much indeed for that. We will end the proceedings now and resume tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. I won't be available for tomorrow's summer sessions. Our able deputy chair would chair the proceedings tomorrow. Thank you all very much and have a very good day. Thank you. Meeting's adjourned.